All right, can everyone hear us? Can you hear me? All right, welcome everyone to the 69th IVSA Congress or Special General Assembly, which will take place from today, the 7th of August, until the 9th of August, 2020. I would like to start by saying some things. So, dear members of IVSA, I would like to welcome you to our first ever online General Assembly. I'm really happy to see so many of you still joined this online meeting to discuss the future of not only IVSA, but veterinary medicine as a whole. As you know, this event was going to take place in person, hosted by IVSA Greece, and I'm sure you would agree with me that we would all love if we could be together right now in a GA hall discussing IVSA matters. Unfortunately, because of the global pandemic, the meeting with so many people is just not possible right now. But I'm sure that online we will still be able to keep the IVSA spirit alive and be able to talk about all the important topics we normally discuss with the General Assembly in person. I would like to thank you all for joining from your respective time zones. I know it's very early or very late for some of you, and to discuss everything here with us. And there's also one group of people that I would like to thank especially, which is all the people that made this online event possible. So not only the IVSA officials, which have put in a lot of work making this event possible for you, but also the online attendance committee, some people from the original organizing committee of IVSA Greece joined the online attendance committee to make sure that you could still have an event online, even though they couldn't welcome you here in person. And yeah, welcome to the IVSA SGA. I hereby officially open the 69th IVSA Congress Special General Assembly. Thank you. So, first I will introduce to all of you what IVSA is. IVSA is the International Veterinary Students Association, which was established in 1953 in Germany. We are the largest veterinary student association, a nonprofit, non-governmental organization run by volunteer veterinary students from all around the world. Our mission is to benefit the animals and people of the world by harnessing the potential and dedication of veterinary students to promote the international applications of veterinary skills, education, and knowledge. As you can see, we have a lot of countries represented around the world, and I'm really happy to see that so many of you are also here in this meeting with us. So IVSA is ran by a team of officials. We have the executive committee, which run IVSA in a day-to-day basis. So you can back. Yeah, so you can see all of us in the picture. If you have any questions, you can always shoot us a message on email or Facebook in the delegates drive delegates group. Then we also are assisted by the Secretariat. They assist the executive committee in their daily tasks and have been very helpful to us over the past year. Then we have our lovely committee chairs who lead our committees on various subjects. So we have the Standing Committee on One Health, the Standing Committee on Animal Welfare, Standing Committee on Veterinary Education, Standing Committee on Wellness, Standing Committee on Career Attributes, and the Working Group on Alumni. And then our trustees who assist the EXCO with their knowledge as an advisory board. Then our collaborations and partnerships. Of course, I have to mention our sponsors because they make our work possible by financially supporting IVSA. So we have our gold sponsors, the Purina Institute and Bayer, our silver sponsors, Anicura, Purina ProPlan, and Siva, bronze sponsors, IVC Evidencia and the Banfield, and other sponsors, VetPD, Multiview, and Study Portals. Then we have a lot of partners, organizations, which are usually big international organizations that have something to do with animal health. So, for example, the World Veterinary Association, AVMA, Federation of Veterinarians in Europe, Federation of Asian Veterinary Associations, but also organizations like the World Organization for Animal Health, the World Federation of Public Health Associations, and the World Health Students Alliance. And here you can see some more of our partners. As you can see, there's a lot of them. If you want to find out more about our partners and the opportunities they give to the students, please check out the IVSA opportunities page. I will talk about that later as well. You can find the presentation on scholarships and other opportunities in the Delegates Drive, where I also talk more about that. Then here our website and social media pages. Make sure to follow those for everything IVSA related and also opportunities related. And now I will introduce how the General Assembly will work. So you vote as a country. So even though you have multiple local member organizations, in the General Assembly, you have to vote as a country. Each country gets 2 votes, so you can make sure that all local MOs are well represented. And then we will talk about Robert's Rules of Order, which I will mention later. Yes, okay. So each country has 2 votes, and we also have 2 supranational entities, IVSA SAVMA and IVSA UK and Ireland. They represent multiple countries, but still have 2 votes for the entire supranational entity. OMOs from a single country have to come to an agreement between themselves on how they have to want to cast their vote. So make sure you talk with all the delegates from your MO to ensure that you know what you want to vote for, because there's only one official voting delegate, and they will have to cast all of the votes for that country. So you have 2 votes. You can either vote for a motion, against a motion, or abstain. So if you vote for a motion, that means I agree with this motion. If you vote against the motion, it means you don't agree with the motion. And you can also abstain, which is a non-vote, and that you can do that if you feel like you don't know enough or understand enough about the issue, or if you don't have any particular feelings for or against the issue. Both of your votes don't need to be the same. So you can use one of your votes to vote for the motion and one of your votes to go against the motion. If you notice that locally in your member organization, there's some members that are for a motion and some members that are against the motion, you can show that by voting 1 vote for the motion and 1 vote against the motion, for example. Then in case of voting for an electing a person, we can't vote against a person. We can vote for a person or abstain, but we can't vote against a person. This will be further explained when we get to the elections. Okay. So here you can see a country that has 1 MO. So then you have 2 votes to represent the individual views of the individual members. But we also have different systems, of course, with countries with multiple MOs. So what you can do then is, if you have two MOs, give each MO one vote. So again, each country has one official voting for those of your country. You should all be in the official voting delegates meeting. This is a separate meeting, which is only for official voting delegates. Make sure you mute your microphone. We won't be talking in that meeting. The meeting will be just for voting. Okay. So there are multiple ways of casting your vote. If there is a motion, the first thing I will say when it comes to a vote, I will say, are there any objections to the motion? If there are no objections, that means the motion passes unanimously. If you need some voting time, please raise your hand by clicking the button in WebEx and say your name and country. We will talk about that later. And say that you need more time to think about the motion. Then we will give you more time. Then, if we see that someone objects to the motion and would like it to go to a vote, we will go to a digital vote. I would ask all the voting delegates then to open the voting delegates meeting, and I will open a poll in the voting delegates meeting, for which you can then fill out with both of your votes. So that way we can see which MO votes for which thing. I will give you a time limit to cast your votes as well when I open the poll, to make sure you cast your votes before then. If you have any connection issues, unfortunately, that is something we are not in charge of. If you have any connection issues and miss a vote because of that, we are not going to do a revote. So this is how a summary of voting. I will start with saying, are there any objections? If you agree with the motion, say nothing. But if you object, say, I object. We will then go to a digital vote in the other meeting with only the voting delegates, and we'll be able to vote on the motion. And the voting delegates will have to make sure that that their views of their MO are properly represented in the vote. All right. Are there currently any questions on voting? There is a WebEx small guide in the delegate drive. If you look at the overview file document, on the last slide of that, there's a small WebEx guide where you can see how to raise your hand. So are there any questions as of now? Please raise your hand in the meeting, in this meeting, so the event. Also, if you have any technical difficulties, please ask them in the chat, and someone from our technical team will reach out to you and support you with that. So are there no questions on voting currently? I see no hands. I see Sylvia Montoya, you have a hand. I don't know what MO you have, so if you could name and state your name and country when you ask the question.
Our delegate has like connection to maybe the internet was any delegate from or in football.
We are not able to hear you, Sylvia. I'm sorry. So the voting delegate group is only for official voting delegates. So no other members of the member organization are allowed to join the voting delegates meeting. Okay, we to move on for now. If there are any more questions, we will answer them at a later point in time. I will now explain the Robert's Rules of Order, newly revised. So this is a set of rules that we use for meetings to make sure they're conducted orderly and efficiently. So the way that you speak in the GA, first you have to raise your hand. So there's a button in WebEx. You can find it if you look at the guide that is on the delegates drive. Raise your hand. I will give you the floor. I will unmute you, and then you can state your name and country and ask your question or say what you want to say. So this is how it will work. You put your hand up in WebEx and I will acknowledge you. So I will say your name, unmute you. You will unmute yourself and state your name and voting entity. And then if you want to make a motion, so that is how we decide things in IVSA, you say, I move that and make your motion. So for example, I could say, Elvin van Oldenborg, IVSA Exco, I move that we will have fun at this General Assembly.
Check.
So someone would need to second it. So you can put your second in the chat. And after that we can discuss the motion. The mover has first priority, so they can explain a bit more about their motion and why they are making it. And then other people can raise their hand. Thank you, Daniel.
Can you please unmute also on the voting delegates meeting, please? Mute yourself because we have echo otherwise. Thank you.
All right, so after the second, the motion can be discussed. So I have first priority because I moved that we will have fun at this General Assembly. I will now comment on this motion. I think we will have fun because we are all together, even though it's online, and we are going to discuss some very interesting things. Then the question will be, is there any further discussion on the motion? If anyone would like to discuss anything on the motion, they would have to raise their hand. And then they can state what they want to say. So is there any discussion on the motion on the floor, which is, we will have fun at this General Assembly? So I will now give the floor to Lucci. Just speak.
I think that we will have fun.
Lucci, you have to state your name and country before you speak.
I think that we will have fun.
All right. Thank you, Lucci. Is there any further discussion on the motion? After you have stated what you wanted to state, make sure to lower your hand again, because else I will think you have another question. Is there any further discussion on the motion that we will have fun at the General Assembly? Are there any objections that we will have fun at the General Assembly? If there's any objections, raise your hand or put it in the chat. Seeing no objection, motion passes. We will have fun at the General Assembly.
Is there an objection?
All right. So this is how we do motions. Remarks must be relevant to the motion, not the person. So no personal attacks, and try to avoid using people's names and always speak to the chair. So you always address the chair about the motion that's on the floor. So you can say, okay, I am not good at coming up with examples right now. You can say, Mr. Chair, I would like to say, comment on what the previous speaker says, so we don't state names. And I would say, I also think we will have fun. Everyone thinks we will have fun. It's all very great. All right, we have a couple of secondary motions, which you will also have to raise your hand before you will speak about them. So we have a point of privilege, which is related to sorry about that. So the point of privilege is related to noise or personal comfort. So if you have any issues like with hearing us, you can make a point of privilege. Normally, this would also include if you're too hot or too cold in the GA hall, but unfortunately right now we can't do much about that for you. Then we have a point of information. So if you would like to have more information about the motion, you can have a point of information. Don't use this to give information, it's to ask for information. Now we have the point of order, which is if the rules of Robert's Rule of Order are not being followed, you have to give a point of order. You have to say that immediately. So if you really think something is wrong, raise your hand, point of order, and we will fix it. These are not supposed to be card colors, but you can put these in the chat. If you feel like I am speaking too fast or the other person that's speaking, type slow down. If you, okay, I have a hand, Luren.
When Complanta, IVSA service system, point of information, and only voting delegates, emotions, and like these things you just mentioned.
All right, so the question is if only voting delegates are allowed to make motions and secondary motions. And the answer is everyone in this meeting is allowed to make motions and secondary motions. So you are all allowed to raise your hand and speak in the General Assembly. So for these, you have to type these in the chat. So if you would like the person that's speaking to slow down, type slow down. If you would like the chair to summarize, so if you are not really following along anymore, if you would like the chair to summarize what has been said so far, type summarize. If you would like these people to speak louder, say louder. Then we also have the parliamentary inquiry, which is basically a question about the rules of IVSA and if they are being followed. So we will have a parliamentarian who has a lot of knowledge about IVSA and its structure and bylaws, and they will answer the question, or if they don't know off the top of their head, look up the question. I see a hand. Irem?
Hey, it was a mistake, sorry.
All right, no worries. All right, you can lower your hand then. All right, so you got everything? Okay, go ahead. Sorry. So we can also amend motions. So if you feel like the motion isn't worded correctly, you may amend it. So the way that you do it, we will use the example from before that we will have fun the GA. If you don't agree with it, you can amend it. So we will, for example, say, Alvin van Oldenburg, IVSA Exco, I move to amend the motion on the floor so that it says we will have a lot of fun at the GA because you feel like there is not enough fun being had. This does also needs a second, and after it's seconded, you will only discuss the amendment to the motion before discussing the actual motion, though. So first we discuss the amendment, so only the adding of a lot of. We will vote on that, and once that passes, we go back to the original motion on the floor, which would, if it passes, then we will have a lot of fun at the GA. I know it's a little bit much maybe, and I think once we actually get into it, you will be able to understand it a lot more when we will work with actual motions. Then we also have one last thing, which is I move to the previous question. So if you say I move to the previous question, it immediately closes debate. There is no further discussion if that move to the previous question is approved. And then we will immediately go to a vote on the motion that is then on the floor. So use it wisely. All right, so to summarize, there's 2 votes per country, 1 official voting delegate in the separate meeting who will be able to vote for the country. Each MO needs to have a fair say, each local MO as well, so make sure you have contact within your MO about the motion. Abstaining does not mean no. Use that if you feel like you don't know enough about the motion or if you feel indifferent about the motion. And we have different types of voting, so either the no objections vote, and if there is any objection, we will go to a digital vote. Then we have Robert's Rules of Order to make sure that we have clear meetings. The most important one of that is when you are unmuted, state your name and country, and then what you want to say. And there's various secondary motions possible. If you would like a summary of this, it's in the GA booklet, which is on the delegates drive under GA information. And don't be afraid to speak up if you would like to. So just raise your hand and speak. Hiram, your hand is raised again. I'm not sure if you would like to speak.
O hepimiz adına oy kullanacak. Nasıl yani?
I guess not. Okay, and then we will go on to. Okay, I am the chair, and as the chair, officially, I can't make any motions. I can entertain a motion. Someone will have to raise their hand and say your name and country. I so move. So you say you move the motion that I entertain. So the chair will now entertain a motion that observers to the General Assembly should be granted the right of speech for the remainder of the Congress. Mehdi. Oh, sorry, Mehdi, I'm muting you.
Can I speak now?
Yes.
Mehdi Amani, IVSA Morocco, and I so move.
Second.
Okay, we got a second. Thank you, Mehdi. So the motion on the floor now is that observers to the General Assembly shall be granted the right of speech. The way we do that because candidate MOs are otherwise not allowed to speak, and we have some candidate MOs here, so this will grant them the right to speak. Is there any discussion on the motion currently on the floor? Are there any objections? Hearing none, motion passes. Okay, we will now do a roll call of all MOs. So the way we will do this, are we doing?
Then I can like.
Give us a second. We are trying to figure the technicalities of the roll call out. All right, so the way we will do roll call is we will call first all the member organizations with voting rights in the voting delegates meeting. So that's where we will go first. So everyone that is an official voting delegate, make sure you pay attention right now to the voting delegates meeting because we will be calling on you there first. And then we will be calling on the candidate MOs, so the ones without voting rights, here in this meeting. And we will start in a bit. Okay, so for the roll call, also one person per MO says present. Else it will be very confusing.
Present.
All right, thanks for bearing with us, guys. We just conducted the roll call of the voting delegates. But since there's only one voting delegate allowed in the voting delegate meeting per country, we are still going to call some of the local MOs that might not be present in the voting delegate meeting, but might be present here, and the candidate MOs which are not present in the voting delegate meeting to see if they are present. So there will be a bit more roll call, and then we can start. Yeah. One more thing. I can't unmute all of you, so if you are present, type your MO and present if you're called. Okay, thank you. So first your MO. If you are called, type your MO and then present.
All right, guys, thanks for bearing with us on this. So I'm going to go through and go through more of our local MOs as we've gotten the national and voting MOs, voting official delegates for everyone. So we'll start with IVSA Krakow, IVSA Lublin, IVSA Olsztyn, Poland, IVSA Poznan, IVSA Barcelona, IVSA Zaragoza, IVSA Bern, IVSA Ankara, IVSA Aydın, IVSA Burdur, IVSA Elazığ, IVSA Erzurum, IVSA Turkey Istanbul, IVSA Turkey Kayseri, IVSA Turkey Kırıkkale, IVSA Turkey Konya, IVSA Turkey Samsun, IVSA Turkey Sivas, IVSA Santiago, IVSA Peru, IVSA Trinidad and Tobago, IVSA Algeria, Algiers, IVSA Algeria Batna. IVSA Algeria Lida. IVSA Algeria Constantine. IVSA Iran Karaj. IVSA Iraq Duhok. IVSA Libya Tripoli. IVSA United Arab Emirates. IVSA Murdoch. IVSA Queensland. IVSA Kumasi. IVSA Pong Tamale. I apologize for my pronunciation, everyone. IVSA Malawi. IVSA Rwanda. And onto our candidates. IVSA Belarus. IVSA Brazil Rio de Janeiro. IVSA Brazil Sao Paulo. IVSA Spain Lyon. IVSA Spain Valencia. IVSA Sudan Bahri. IVSA Sudan Khartoum. All right, guys, thanks so much for bearing with us as we kind of did roll call in 2 parts, but we're really excited that y'all are here.
All right, so we were moving on to the election of the election committee. The election committee makes sure that the elections go orderly. Next slide. So the committee consists of 3 people, and at least one of them must be a former or current member of the Expo. It shall be elected by the General Assembly, and you cannot nominate or be nominated if you're a part of the election. So they will have to collect the nominee forms, collect the votes, count the votes, and all those kinds of things. So currently, I would like to ask, are there any nominations for election committee? Brandon.
Brandon Nettles, IVSA alumni. I'd like to nominate Kathy Luce, IVSA Exco, Lucian Todorica, IVSA Romania, and Mah Hanawi from IVSA Morocco.
Do they accept their nominations?
Yes.
Yeah.
And Matt, do you accept this nomination? All right, and he also accepted his nomination. Are there any other nominations for election committee? Seeing none, nominations are now closed, and since we only have the same amount of nominations as spots for the election committee, Katarina Luz, Lucian Todorica. and Maj Hanawi have now been elected to the election committee. All right, now election of the chair. So the chair will be elected at the start of the General Assembly, and they will be responsible for maintaining order in the General Assembly according to Robert's Rules of Order. The chair doesn't get a vote and has to have a good understanding of the IVSA, Constitution, bylaws, IVSA structure, and Robert's Rules of Order. Are there any nominations for chair? Brandon?
Brandon Nettles, IVSA alumni. I would like to nominate Elvin van Oldenburg for, does he accept?
I accept. So, are there any other nominations for chair? Seeing none, nominations are now closed. Elm of Noldenborg, IVSA Exco, has now been elected for chair. So I will now continue chairing. We got a request to send all right, then election of the parliamentarian. The parliamentarian ensures that the GA will follow Robert's Rules of Order, and if anyone has any questions, parliamentary inquiry, they will answer that question, which also goes about Robert's Rules of Order, IVSA Constitution, bylaws, and manuals. Are there any nominations for a parliamentarian?
Maclean Holtons, IVSA again Belgium. I nominate Kirsten Abraham from IVSA Austria for parliament.
Kirsten, do you accept?
I do.
All right. Are there any other nominations for parliamentarian? Seeing none, nominations are now closed. Kirsten Abraham, IVSA Austria, is elected for parliamentarian. All right. Then on to amendments to and approval of the proposed agenda. The agenda you can find in the GA booklet, which is on the delegates drive. So if you scroll down, there is the agenda, preliminary GA agenda is there. Are there any amendments to the GA agenda? Tati?
Touch note, IVSA Expo, I move the point 18 before point 13.
Second.
Okay.
Who's wrong?
All right, so the motion currently on the floor is to move point 18 on the agenda, which is presentation, voting on base factor to before point 13, which is presentation of the preliminary budget. Is there any discussion on the motion? Yeah, Meryl?
Rooms, IVSA Expo, it was the wrong way around, so I'm gonna just make.
Yeah.
I move to amend the amendment to strike out everything she said. To Mailprops IVSA Expo, I move to move point 13, presentation of the preliminary budget next financial year, to after point 18, voting on base factor. And I move to insert the following, voting on the currency conversion rate, to after point 18, voting on base factor.
I heard a second. So we are now currently discussing the amendment to the amendment. So we are changing, moving the point backwards to moving another point forward and adding a point in. Is there any discussion to the on the motion? Oh, I see. Jan. You may speak. Jan Matila.
Right. You hear me now? Jan Matila, IVSA Finland. It's unmuting and muting all the time. Anyway, I'd like to ask for a point of information on the names of the members of the election committee, because they went past so fast that I wasn't able to get them down. Or can you follow the minutes somewhere on Google or something?
So the names of the election committee have been put in the chat. So if you look in the chat, the second post from down, that is the names of the election committee. Is there any discussion currently on the motion, the amendment to the amendment on the GA agenda? Jan, is your hand still raised?
No, it is not. Sorry.
Okay. Abdallah, is your hand raised? I'm guessing not. Is there any further discussion on the amendment to the amendment? Are there any objections to the amendment to the amendment? Seeing none, motion passes. We are now talking about the motion on the floor, which is what you can see on screen, to move point 13 to after point 18 and insert a point after point 17. Is there any discussion on the motion currently on the floor? Are there any objections to the motion on the floor? Seeing none, motion passes. The agenda hasn't been amended.
The amended agenda.
Yeah. The chair would like to entertain. The chair would like to entertain a motion to approve the agenda as currently written, which is with the bylaw amendment. Meryl?
Second.
All right, there is a second. So, any discussion on approving the agenda as written, so with these amendments? Any objections to approving the agenda? Seeing none, passes, the agenda is approved. All right, we will go on to the presentation of nominees. Okay, so we will present all the nominees that were nominated before. So, nominations for coordinator, we have Dauda Onabola, IVSA Nigeria, Ahmed Hafaz, IVSA Egypt, Emily Freeman, IVSA Exco, and RBS Sakri, IVSA Tunisia. Secretary General, we have Mehdi Amrani, IVSA Morocco. Since there's only one nomination for Secretary General, Mehdi Amrani is elected to Secretary General. Congratulations, Mehdi. Nominations for Public Relations Coordinator. Ina Ayesama, I'm really sorry if I'm pronouncing the name wrong. Since Ina is the only nominee for Public Relations Coordinator, she has thereby been elected without a vote. Congratulations, Ina. Nominations for External Relations Officer. Nicole Hartman, IVSA UK and Ireland. Luren from Polanta, IVSA Zurich, Switzerland. And Andreas Papas, IVSA Thessaly, Greece. Nominations for Treasurer, Nina Vasic, IVSA Serbia, and Panos from IVSA Greece. I'm sorry, I can't pronounce your name. Nominations for Member Organization Director, Nabila Raka, IVSA South Africa, and Miran Abdul from IVSA Iraq. Nominations for Development Aid Director, Ellen Hernandez from IVSA SAVMA, and Jasmine Schneider from IVSA Zurich, Switzerland. Nominations for Secretariat: Caroline Amo from IVSA Norway, Paul Damilare from IVSA Nigeria, Glenn Ajay from IVSA Kumasi, Ghana, Adinda Rana Fauzia from IVSA Indonesia, Irem Leo, I'm sorry, I really don't know how to pronounce. Very sorry. IVSA Ankara, Turkey, Lena Serna from IVSA Colombia, Malida Salsabila Amru from IVSA Indonesia. Nominations for Chair of the Standing Committee on Animal Welfare: Mariam Zakaria, IVSA Nigeria, Mubarak Aliu, IVSA Nigeria, Marin Rua Ni Audoa, IVSA Wrocław, Poland. Nominations for the Chair of the Standing Committee of One Health: Adetona Mutiat Adenike, IVSA Nigeria, Mubarak Aliu, IVSA Nigeria, Safak Hamdi Arjun, IVSA Ankara, Turkey. Nominations for the Chair of the Standing Committee of Veterinary Education: Christina Al-Majidu, IVSA Cecily Greece. I think that's wrong on the screen, sorry about that. And Diana Teixeira, IVSA Portugal. Nominations for the Chair of the Standing Committee on Wellness: nominees are Navisha Kauris Sergil, IVSA Selangor, Malaysia, and Arya Mariam from IVSA Indonesia. All right, so we have not yet received any nominations for the chair of the Standing Committee of Career Attributes. So we are now opening nominations for the chair of Standing Committee on Career Attributes because there are no nominations yet. Are there any nominations for chair of the Standing Committee on Career Attributes? Vincenzo.
Vincenzo Gaeta, IVSA alumni. I would like to nominate Isabella Baklaska from IVSA Krakow for the chair.
Isa, do you accept?
Yes.
All right. Are there any other nominations for chair of the Standing Committee of Career Attributes? I saw Catherine, you have a hand?
Yeah. Catherine Ross, IVSA UK and Ireland, and I'd like to nominate Taylor Williams from IVSA SAVMA.
Does Taylor accept? Taylor has a hand.
Yes, I accept.
All right. Are there any other nominations for chair of the Standing Committee of Career Attributes? Seeing none, nominations are now closed, and they're closed. So the two nominees are Taylor Williams from IVSA SAVMA and Isabella Baklowska, I'm very sorry, Isa, IVSA Krakow, Poland. All right, nominations for chair of the Working Group on Alumni. We have Katerina Kokinidu from IVSA Cecily, Greece, and Vincenzo Gaeta from IVSA Naples, Italy. Nominations for Regional Representative of Europe: Laura Chevalier, IVSA France. Nominations for Regional Representative of Asia: Chakra Oli from IVSA Nepal. Nominations for the Regional Representative of Sub-Saharan Africa: Aurélie Ronier from IVSA Senegal, Gabriel Onyeka from IVSA Nigeria, Ludwig Bachwe from IVSA Kumasi, Ghana, Abdulmiz Abiola Abdul Karim, IVSA Nigeria. Nominations for Regional Representative of Sub-Saharan Africa: Javier Puente from IVSA Mexico. Nominations for nominations for Regional Representative of Middle East and North Africa, or MENA: Adnan Imgi from IVSA Morocco. Nominations for trust: we have Anna Ciksiewicz, I'm very sorry, Anna, as well, from IVSA EXCO, Elwin Lowenborg from IVSA EXCO, Brandon Nettles from IVSA Alumni, Tavishi Pandya from IVSA Alumni, Daniel Lund from IVSA Denmark, Chongjing Cho, or Nacho, from IVSA Alumni, and Joseph Lund from IVSA Alumni. All right, then we go on to the approval of the minute from the 68th IVSA Symposium in Morocco. These have been made available to you. They've been sent to you in one of the first emails we sent. They are also available on the Delegates Drive. So first of all, we would like to ask, are there any amendments to the minutes of the 68th IVSA Symposium in Morocco? Lisa?
Yes, Lisa Buren, IVSA the Netherlands. Lisa Buren, IVSA the Netherlands. I would like to make an amendment on page 7.15. It says that Emily presented on behalf of SCO, and Andreas on behalf of SCOVI. Those two have been switched out of the minutes way around.
All right. Do I have a second?
Second.
All right. Is there any discussion on the motion on the floor, which is to switch around to committees that were incorrectly switched on page 7? Any discussion on the motion? Are there any objections? No. Passes. Are there any other amendments to the minutes of the 60th IVSA Symposium Morocco? Luren.
Luren von Plata, IVSA Zurich, Switzerland. I have a friendly amendment on page 2.6, third paragraph. There is missing a closing record of the ambassador.
All right, so a friendly amendment is an amendment to spelling. It does not need a second, and it does not need to be voted on. So we will move on now. Are there any other amendments to the minutes? I don't know. Anyone that hasn't spoken yet? Lisa?
Lisa Buren, IVSA the Netherlands. I would like to make an amendment again on page 7.15. All the committees have a summary of what was presented for SCAL. Can this still be added? No, I didn't.
So, what is your motion? Because it's not really a motion.
Right. To add a summary of what was presented on behalf of SCAL on page 7.15.
Second.
All right. So a motion on the floor is that the executive committee will add a summary of the presentation of the Standing Committee on Animal Welfare to page 7.15. Is there any discussion on the motion? Jan?
My hand is not up for a discussion on this motion. I have a parliamentary inquiry.
You can always do a parliamentary inquiry. So go ahead.
Jan Mattila, IVSA Finland. I have a parliamentary inquiry regarding the election of the two nominees for which there are no other people running for the position. I believe it was Secretary General and the PRC.
Yes, that's right.
The only issue I have with them already being elected is that in the bylaws, I mean, I'm sorry about this, but in the bylaws it says a list of nominators and nominees must be presented to the General Assembly no later than 48 hours before the meeting during which the election is to take place. So today is the presenting of the list to the General Assembly. On Sunday should be the conclusion that a person has been elected to the position of Secretary General, since there was no one else running against him or her. Maybe postpone the congratulations until Sunday, or otherwise, how are we in accordance with the bylaws?
All right, thank you for your comment. I think I can answer this as chair to explain the way that this has been conducted in the past years. Apologies, we had some technical issues. So what Jan said in the bylaws, there has to be 48 hours the presentation of nominees, which we just did, and the election of nominees. How in the past couple of years is that since there doesn't need to be an actual election for the people that are, for the positions that only have one person running, they are automatically elected without a vote because an election does not need to take place. Does that answer your question? Yeah.
Okay, so the interpretation is that since they are technically not part of an election, they can be sort of congratulated at the moment the nominations need to be closed, right? That's fine. That's just a different reading. Good, that's fine.
All right, so we will go back to the motion that Lisa Brewer and IVSA the Netherlands made on the minutes, which is to add a description of the Standing Committee on Animal Welfare to the minutes of the 68th IVSA Symposium in Morocco. Is there any discussion on that motion? Are there any objections to that motion? Seeing none, motion passes. We will. Are there any other amendments to the minutes from the 68th IVSA Symposium in Morocco? Seeing none, the chair will now entertain a motion to approve the minutes from the 68th IVSA Symposium in Morocco with that the amendments that have been passed will be made. Thomas?
Thomas Bonaparte, IVSA France, I so move.
Second.
Is there any discussion on the motion currently on the floor to approve the minutes from the 68th IVSA Symposium in Morocco with the amendments that were made in this General Assembly? Any objections to the approval of the minutes? Seeing none, motion passes and the minutes are approved. All right, we will now go on to constitutional and bylaw amendments. The first bylaw amendment is about elections that was sent in. All the constitutional bylaw amendments, except for the last two, we will give you a more explanation on that when we get to that point. Were sent in 30 days in advance for the bylaw amendment, 60 days in advance for the constitutional amendment. Hopefully you have discussed them within your MO, and we will discuss them further now within the GA. So the bylaw amendment on elections was sent in by Anja. You have to. Yes. Yes.
Anna Tishkevich, IVSA Expo. I proposed an amendment about elections. So currently how our elections work is that anybody who's running for the position within Expo and is not elected for this position can also run for the position of secretary afterwards. Since we introduced currently new regional structure to IVSA, we think it would be beneficial to allow people who are not elected for the executive committee to also run for the position of regional representative in order to have a bigger number of experienced members running for those positions. So this is what I would like to suggest with the bylaw amendment. Currently, the bylaw amendment is also stating that people who will not be elected for the executive committee could also run for the committee chair. However, after further consultations, we would like to amend this amendment. And so I would like to amend the amendment to strike out what's currently written in it and insert the current text. A member can be nominated for a position in the Expo, a position in Secretariat, and a position as a regional representative.
Wait. All right, so we have to start again since it was broken up. Yeah, point of order, you didn't finish your sentence, you have to start again. Say with, I move.
Okay. I move to replace the text of the section 5.5 of the bylaws with the any EXCO nomination can count as nomination for committee chair, regional representative, or a member of the Secretariat as well. Before the election for the EXCO take place, the nominee shall let the election committee know if they will first the nomination for one of those positions is not elected to EXCO.
Second.
No, or she's not done yet.
A member can be nominated for a position in the EXCO, a position in the Secretariat, and a position in the regional representative, a position as committee chair, and a position in the trust, or any combination thereof, but only be elected to one of these. The election of the EXCO must always take place prior to the election of the Secretariat, committee chair, and regional representatives, and thus deciding whether the nomination for the Secretariat, committee chair, or regional representative is still valid at the time of the election of the Secretariat or regional representative. The election of the Secretariat must always take place prior to the election of the trust, thus deciding whether the nomination for the trust is still valid at the time of the election of the trust.
The second.
All right, is there any discussion on the motion currently on the floor? Anya?
So I move to strike out everything in the section 5.5 and replace it with everything that's visible on the screen.
All right, so we now have do I have a second first?
Yes, second.
So we now have an amendment to the amendment. Anya will talk first because she had first priority to move on the motion that she made, the bylaw amendment. To just replace the entire bylaw amendment that was sent in with the following text. Is there any discussion on the amendment to the amendment to replace all of the text that was written originally with the current one? Anya?
Anna Tkiewicz, IVSA EXCO. I would like to clarify why this has been done. So after further discussions, we decided that people who were not elected to the EXCO position should be able to run only for the position of regional representative or secretariat, but not committee chair. It's because committee chair is a very different position and have very different set of tasks than EXCO. So we decided that it will not be relevant.
Is there any further discussion on the amendment to the amendment? Are there any objections to striking out the original amendment with the current one? Seeing none, motion passes. We will now discuss the bylaw amendment as written. So we can now discuss everything that is written on screen is the bylaw amendment that is currently on the floor. If this is approved, the bylaws will change. Is there any discussion on the motion currently on the floor? Jan.
Hi, I'm Untitled IVSA Finland. Just to get this straight, 30 days prior, you sent a bylaw amendment, which was the previous version, which spoke about committee chairs. Now there's an amendment on the floor today, no 30 days prior, which completely rewrites that amendment. Technically, thus being a without prior notice bylaw amendment, because all of the text is changed. For this bylaw amendment to be approved, you need unanimous consent. Am I correct or not?
So, since the bylaw amendments still states a lot of the same things that the original bylaw amendment stated, So since the effects of the bylaw amendment will largely be the same as the original bylaw amendment, with the change being that originally people that run for EXCO could change that nomination into either committee chair, regional representative, or secretariat, whereas it's currently secretariat. The amendment to the amendment changes it so that it's instead of committee chair, regional representative, and secretariat, it's only regional representative and secretariat. So since the actual change to the bylaw amendment isn't that large, we can allow it without the 30 days in advance because the subject of the bylaw amendment is still the same. Does that answer your question?
Yes, it does. Thank you. So this is still with prior notice and only needs a majority.
Exactly. Any further discussion on the bylaw amendment currently on the floor? Are there any objections to the bylaw amendment currently stated? So if you don't agree with this bylaw amendment, you have to object now, so we will go to a vote. Myrene? Oh, Myrene has. Myrene, I don't know if you had a hand, but it's gone now. Okay, Myrene?
Hello, Maureen Ranier, IVSA Poland. Yeah, I would like to object to this amendment as I think that nominations should be if those wishing to be nominated for several positions have a wide set of skills or have multiple interests, I think that should be self-determined rather than being instantly ruled out. That I don't think nomination for a more executive positions should exclude someone for a more focused role as chairperson. I think people perhaps have multiple interests and multiple motivations also. So I think that should be up to the individual as opposed to having a specific bylaw completely ruling it out.
So is this a formal objection to the bylaw amendment, or is it a discussion in the GA why they should vote against the bylaw amendment? Because if it's a formal objection, we immediately have to go to a vote now without further discussion.
Yeah, I would say it's a formal objection then.
That means there is no further discussion possible. There's two further hands. Would you still like to formally object so that we immediately go to a vote without any further discussion?
No, please allow further discussion. So I will have it's more a general discussion point then if other people wish to contribute.
All right, thank you for the clarification. Then Soraya?
Hello, Soraya, IVSA Portugal. I have some issues with this amendment. I think there should be an explicit order in which the voting will take place. So the reading I get from this is that any EXCO nominees and only the EXCO nominees can be nominated for anything else. So they can be nominated for 5 positions. Is that so? This is a point of information, I guess.
Yeah, so the chair can answer that question. This bylaw amendment would make it so that people that are nominated for EXCO and not elected can convert that nomination into one for either the Secretariat or regional representative. So they can't run for both, and it's only Secretariat or regional representative. The way the bylaws are currently written, the EXCO can convert their nomination from executive committee to only Secretariat. So what this bylaw amendment would change is that it would go from only Secretariat to Secretariat or regional representative, so not both. Does that answer your question?
Yes. So they have they have to explicitly say when they are not nominated, when they are not elected for Exco, they have to explicitly say, I want to be nominated for this or that. Is that so?
Almost. So they already have to state it when they get nominated for Exco. So when they get nominated for Exco and they accept the nomination, they will also have to answer, if you are not elected to the Exco, will you pursue a nomination to either the Secretariat or a regional representative? And they will either have to say, no, I won't do either of those. Yes, I will pursue a nomination for the Secretariat, or yes, I will pursue a nomination for a regional representative. Is that clear?
Yes, it is clear. The other question I had is only the Exco can, only the nominees for the Exco can choose to run for 2 positions. So you can have the regional representatives run for a position in secretariats, for example.
Correct.
Okay. That's it. Thank you very much for the explanation.
All right. Jan.
Jan Mattila, IVSA Finland. A point of information, I think the term regional representative, I couldn't find that in the bylaws. Is that something that is somewhere else, or is that something that's on a different amendment that's possibly going to pass later, or what am I missing?
So, okay, point of information that the regional representative are not currently in the bylaws. They have been a bylaw amendment to write the regional representatives as officials into the bylaws has been accepted at the 68th IVSA symposium in Morocco, but unfortunately the IVSA wiki has not been updated yet to reflect that. We are sorry about it. We are working on that. We are having some technical issues with the IVSA wiki. Does that answer your question?
Yes. Are there other amendments to the constitution or the bylaws that are not in the current public version of the constitution and bylaws?
There are, unfortunately, since we've had technical issues with that website for a while.
Could this information be shared in, like, on the Google Drive or somewhere? Just to have an idea what's like the most current version of the bylaws and the constitution.
So the amendments can be found in the minutes from the symposium in Morocco. We can also try to make a document with which changes to the bylaws have not been updated on the wiki yet and make it available in the delegate. Does that answer your question, Jan?
In a way, yeah, but obviously to be able to like follow along with all these proposed amendments, it would be useful to be able to look at the latest version of the constitution and bylaws. So if there could be like a small pause so that this file or minutes or something could be delivered or distributed somehow, and then we could continue with amendments to a sort of more public version of the bylaws and constitution. Is that a bother? Sorry.
Sorry, Jan, could you repeat that last part? We had some internet connection issues. The last sentence.
Okay, so Jan Mattila, IVSA Finland. Is there a possibility of having a small pause so that we could get the latest version, whether it's in the minutes or whether it's a different file, so that people listening in on the GA, looking at these bylaw amendments, could also look at the latest version of the current bylaws and the constitution, and not have to raise their hand every time you find text that's not on the wiki. Just a few minutes or something, like just to get the files.
So the bylaw amendments that were made in Morocco are available in the minutes from the 68th IVSA symposium in Morocco. So they can already be found on the delegates drive in those minutes. Daniel.
You're unmuted. This is Mikkel from IVSA Denmark. I just have a question to the lines that any member can only accept one nomination for any official position at a time. I am just curious as to how this would be managed, because we just went through the previous nominations for this year's GA, and for positions which only had one nominee, they seem to have been automatically elected. Now, with this new amendment, would we even be able to see and know at that time if anyone that wasn't elected EXCO would be running for those positions?
So this would be possible because they do state if they would like to pursue a nomination like that when they accept the nomination. Does that answer your question?
I'm just curious because it says here in the bylaw amendment that if they accept any further nominations, any prior ones would be nullified. I'm just curious, like technically, when and how would it take place?
So they will, the nominee will say if they would like to pursue a further nomination if their nomination for the executive committee is not successful. So they only have their nomination to the executive committee at that time, but should they not be elected, their nomination will then automatically be converted, if they so said, to a nomination for either regional representative or secretary. So that is how that will work. So they would only have one nomination at the time. Does that answer your question?
Okay, so in the initial presentations of the nominees, we would not be able to see if this person has any other nominations.
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
Yeah, so in the initial presentation of the nominees, the one we just did, we would not be able to see if this person has any second preferences. We would know that until after we have had the actual EXCO election.
So that information would be publicly available because they stated publicly in the GA if they would like to pursue the second nomination. So it would be available to see if they would like to have that second nomination.
Okay, thank you.
Matthew.
On the IVSA Morocco, I would like, I have parliamentary inquiry, I guess. If we vote to approve this amendment, when would it be, when would it move into effect? What would it be effective?
The chair can answer that. The bylaw amendment would go into effect immediately. So any nominees that are currently running for EXCO and not yet elected would receive a message from the election committee if they would like to pursue a nomination for the Secretariat or the regional representative, and that information will be made available to the General Assembly. Does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
All right. All right, is there anyone that hasn't spoken yet that would like to make a discussion point on this amendment? Laure.
Laure Chevalier, IVSA France. I would like to come back upon the point that Maureen Ruo made earlier regarding excluding chairs from this amendment. That one part of the discussion, the reason why we chose to word this way is that running for EXCO gives you a lot more exposure than running for any of the other positions because you have a longer speech and you have more opportunities to be heard. And it seems a little bit unfair if EXCO can run for any other position if they're not elected. We have the concern that people would just run for EXCO for whatever other position that they would want just to have a longer speech. So because the Secretariat and Regional Rep are still relatively close to the type of work that EXCO does, it makes sense for people that weren't elected into EXCO to then be channeled through to these elections, but it makes a lot less sense for the committee chairs. That is all.
Thank you, Laura. Anyone that hasn't spoken yet on this subject that would like to speak? Seeing none. Jan.
Hello again. So this is Jan Nattila, IVSA Finland. A point of information, I believe, again, you said that in the minutes of the 68th, so from Marco, there would be the bylaw amendments. But on page 32 of 36, on item 48, bylaw amendment regional representatives, it only contains like information about the discussion, like who said what, but it doesn't actually have the text of the amendment in the minutes. So in that sense, I can't watch the minutes, look at the minutes and see the text. And since they're not on the public wiki, I still don't know what the current bylaws say. Any other place where I could look for the actual text of the bylaws?
Right. The chair would like to entertain a motion to go into recess for 10 minutes so we can look at the bylaw amendments that were previously passed. Luren?
Len van Banta, IVSA Zurich, Switzerland, I so move.
Second. Okay. Is there any discussion on going into recess for 10 minutes? Are there any objections to going into recess for 10 minutes? Jan Medi, I don't know if you're objecting right now.
Not objecting to recess.
So we are in recess. We will be back in 10 minutes. We will look into the bylaw amendment. All right, I'm calling the chair is calling the GA back to order at 4:15 p.m. GMT +3. And I'm going to make an announcement that the bylaw amendments that have been approved at the General Assembly in Morocco have been uploaded to the Delegates Drive under General Assembly old bylaw amendments. Apologies that they were not edited in the wiki and not in the minutes. They are available now in the Delegates Drive. We will now go back to the motion on the floor, which is the approval of the bylaw amendment on elections. Is there any discussion on the approval of the bylaw amendment on elections? Daniel.
Daniel Lund, IVSA Denmark. I move to strike out bullet 8 and 9 and replace it with the text on the screen. In section 5.5.1 and replace it with the text on the screen.
Second. Is there a second? There's a second. So the motion on the floor right now is to amend the amendment to strike out, 2 points. We need to edit it in the PowerPoint, I think, because else people can't see. All right, so we are currently discussing the amendment to the amendment, which is to replace the things that are struck out and replace them with what you can see in red. Is there any discussion on the amendment to the amendment? So we're now only talking about the part in red. Daniel, you moved, so you have first priority.
Daniel Lund, IVSA Denmark. I just wanted to clarify why I did this. We were about to strike out a whole section, including things that we wouldn't be writing again. And it's just a small technical error, but this will correct it and make sure we only replace the part of the bylaws that is actually the part we want to replace.
Thank you, Daniel. Is there any other discussion to the amendment to the amendment? So only the red part. Are there any objections to the amendment of the amendment? Seeing none, motion passes. We are now discussing everything again, including the parts that have been changed. Is there any discussion on the entire bylaw of elections as is currently written? Amadou.
It would be better if it wasn't immediately effective.
Sorry, you have to state your name and country and speak up a little.
So Amadou, IVSA Senegal. It would be better if it wasn't immediately effective.
I'm sorry, can you maybe type it in the chat? We are having troubles to hear you. Amadou, can you write what you said in the chat? Young things it was you don't want the change to take effect immediately. If that's the case, right? Yes. If not, explain what you said. All right. For now, Iris, and we will wait for Amadou to type. Oh, okay.
Okay.
Okay. Iris?
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, thanks. So Iris, IVSA Croatia. So I'm just wondering, because some of the regional representatives have already been elected because there was no other nominees. So if this amendment passes effective immediately, then do those regional representatives basically, are they not automatically elected anymore? So do we go back on that decision?
So the regional reps have not been elected yet because we knew this bylaw amendment was coming. The regional reps have not been officially elected yet.
Not even the ones that were the only ones?
No, not yet.
Okay, so I misunderstood. Thank you.
All right, so Amadou said it would be better if it wasn't immediately effective. So if you want to amend the amendment, you have to make a motion. Would you like to make a motion, Amadou? Daniel?
Daniel Lund, IVSA Denmark. I move to amend the bylaw amendment so that it goes into effect after this General Assembly.
All right, so the motion on is there a second?
Second.
All right, so the motion on the floor is an amendment to the amendment, which would make it so that the bylaw amendment would be effective after the General Assembly, which would mean that that from the next Congress, so the 70th IVSA Congress in the Netherlands, nominees for EXCO will be able to convert their nominations to Secretariat and regional representative or regional representative, and it would stay for this General Assembly in a way that it would only be possible for EXCO to convert their nomination into one for the Secretariat. Is there any discussion on the amendment to the amendment? Daniel, your hand is still up and you moved, so you have first priority.
Daniel Lund, IVSA Denmark, no discussion.
All right, Luren?
Loren von Planta, IVSA Zurich, Switzerland. So, Loren von Planta, IVSA Zurich, Switzerland. So, regarding that, we have like our regional representatives as officials, and we want as many people as possible to have the opportunity to run for those positions. I think it's a good idea to already have this bylaw amendment in power for this GA.
All right, thank you, Luren. Is there any other discussion on the motion currently on the floor? So that's the amendment to the amendment to change when it goes into effect to after the current General Assembly. Iris, is your hand raised?
No, sorry, forgot to put it down.
So any further discussion on making the amendment so that it would take effect after the General Assembly? Are there any objections to
Jack.
Nina?
Nina, let me unmute. Oh, I am unmuted. Nina Vasic, IVSA Serbia. I object the amendment to the amendment to.
All right.
Okay, you understood.
So we will now go to a vote. Official voting delegates, please go to the other room, the meeting room. Yes, the meeting room for voting delegates. We will conduct the vote there. See you there. And we'll be right back. The chair would like to entertain a motion to stand at ease for 5 minutes while we figure out the technical side to the vote. Lucci?
Second.
All right. Is there any discussion on going standing at ease for 5 minutes? Are there any objections? Or Mehdi? Is there any discussion as to standing at ease? Maddie is not unmuting, so I guess not. Are there any objections to standing at ease for 5 minutes? Hearing none, we're at ease. So this time can be used to discuss what you're going to vote for the amendment to the amendment with your countries. All right, so conduct vote. All right, so the vote has been conducted. We have 40 votes in favor of the motion and 24 votes against the motion, so motion passes. So the motion currently on the floor is the same as before, except that it will pass after, it will go into effect after the General Assembly. Is there any discussion to the entire bylaw amendment? Diana? Diana?
Hi, sorry, I was having issues with my micro. So, Diana Teixeira from IVSA Portugal. Well, I wanted to start by saying that I understand that EXCO positions in general are really important for IVSA, but I think that for it to work correctly, we need absolutely all the people that are part of this family and occupy every single position on it, and also need to be the most correct we can with all of these people. So my point is that it's only fair for people who run for EXCO and not, for example, for people who run for regional representatives, because they are offered more candidates to run with, and they are not offered other options to run for, like it happens for EXCO. So the same happens with all the other positions that aren't part of EXCO. So furthermore, I also believe that we have really experienced people in IVSA, and it was already said before, and I believe that they could perfectly fit in more than one position. And if this bylaw needs some change, this change needs to be inclusive to all the people that are candidates.
All right, thank you for your comment, Diana. Is there any further discussion on the bylaw amendment on elections as it's currently written? Any further discussion? Are there any objections to approving the bylaw amendment as currently written? Jan?
Yeah, I'm not alive as a Finland. So is the stipulation of the this coming to effect later, that's outside of the bylaw text per se? That's just a statement for the GA or the EXCO to sort of instate that change later. That's not part of the actual text, so that doesn't need to be written here in the amendment.
So yeah, that was a point of information, I gather. Yeah. Indeed, yeah. For the bylaw to go into effect later, that is just a comment that is added, not in the actual bylaw amendment, but that has been noted. Soraya?
Soraya, IVSA Portugal. Since this is the point we have the bylaw at the moment, the bylaw amendment at the moment, I would like to formally object to this due to all the commentary that we had until now.
All right, so voting delegates, we're going back to the voting meeting, and we will conduct a vote on the bylaw amendment. Sure, you use the current time while I make the polls in the other meeting. Discuss this amendment with your MO if you want to vote for or against. Everyone gets a voice, and the voting delegate has to take everyone's voice into account. I would like to entertain a motion to stand at ease for 4 minutes.
Second.
Is there any discussion into standing at ease? Any objections? No, we're at ease. So with 51 votes for the motion and 16 votes against, motion passes. The bylaw amendment has been amended. The bylaw has been amended. All right. All right, the chair will entertain a motion to go into recess for 30 minutes for a lunch break. Or breakfast for some people or dinner for other people. Jacqueline.
Jacqueline Wilson's IVSA in Belgium. I so moved.
Is there any discussion on going into recess? Any objections? We're in recess. Please be back in 30 minutes. We're starting in 30 minutes. If you're not here, we will start without you. We can't check if you're actually here. We are about to start. Be sure to be back. Call all your delegates, make them be in the meeting back. I'm gonna give you 2 more minutes and then we're gonna start. All right, the chair calls the GA back to order at 5:35 p.m. GMT+3 or Greece time. Next point on the agenda is the constitutional amendment on the IVSA structure sent in by Anna. Yes.
Anna Hiszkiewicz, IVSA EXCO. So I proposed the constitutional amendment that would have influenced IVSA structure. What it's currently written.
Anya, you're out of order. You need to make a motion first.
Okay, sorry. And so I move to strike out the following, taking effect on the 1st of September 2021. Any supranational veterinary student organization may apply to represent more than one country as defined in the Constitution, subject to the approval of the General Assembly. In this situation, the countries represented by the supranational organization will be considered a single entity with respect to their vote and membership fee.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right, so the current motion on the floor is the following constitutional amendment on screen. Is there any discussion? Before we go into the discussion, since we had our first big discussion on a motion, like a bylaw amendment before this, I want to remind you all of the bylaws that the limit for a comment on a motion is 2 minutes, and we will be enforcing that. Is there any discussion on the motion currently on the floor? Anna is the person who moved it, so she gets first priority.
So I would like to give you a little bit of background before the actual discussion. So the main reason why this constitutional amendment is proposed, there are 3 main reasons. First of all, equality. We really would like to have every country separate voice within our association, also with regards to votes on our General Assembly. Also, the important reason is consistency of IVSA structure. Currently, there are supranational MOs that are under the supranationals. Many countries are following, and this is causing many difficulties in running member organizations. Also, it's very important. We would like to support a little more local member organizations, for example, IVSA Ireland or IVSA St. Kitts and Nevis, IVSA Grenada. We feel like they are overlooked by IVSA Global MOD team. Like this, we would create a strong line of support and we would help them to develop a little more. So this is the background, these are the main reasons.
All right, is there any other discussion on the motion? Lisa.
Lisa Buur, IVSA Netherlands. What is the opinion of the current exco on this motion?
All right, so Lisa asked for the opinion of EXCO. Since the president of EXCO is currently chairing and can't make any opinion statements on behalf of EXCO since he is impartial, the opinion of EXCO will be given by the current vice president, Meryl.
Meryl Knoops, IVSA EXCO. As EXCO, we have not only discussed this particular constitutional amendment at length, but we've also watched the situation for the past few years. Not only through observation, but also through the National MO Task Force, Strategic Planning Committee, as well as 2 different surveys. This has led us to believe that the current situation is unfair. At the moment, many different countries, such as Canada, Grenada, and Ireland, don't get a vote of their own, as they fall under a supranational MO. We want to strive for inclusivity, and we feel that we can only achieve that if every country has its own voice. Furthermore, all of our partner organizations, such as the UAE, use a system based on countries without supranationals, and we want to emulate that. Our partners don't like the fact that at the moment there are different countries in our organization that don't have a vote of their own, which is another reason we truly think it is time to change this. We've also had multiple meetings with the affected MOs in order to explain the procedure and take their opinion into account. To conclude, as EXCO, we are 100% in favor of this constitutional amendment.
Thank you, Meryl. Is there any other discussion on the motion? Jan.
Right, so Jan Mattila, IVSA Finland. I'm surprised and saddened by a 2-minute limit on my comment, so I will have to keep this briefer than I would have wanted. The supranational MOs were created to accommodate the organically grown collaborations and partnerships of student organizations of different countries, giving them the opportunity to express themselves and feel represented in IVSA. Currently, the only passage outlining the formation of the supranational entities can be found in the membership section of the Constitution. It is regulating the formation with the very crucial emphasis on the fact that veterinary student organizations may apply to represent more than one country, and that this is subject to the approval by the GA. With no passage in the constitutional bylaws further outlining the procedures and the reversal of this process, it is at the discretion of the GA to enact the reversal if requested as well. This means that on request of the supranational entity or the newly applying national MO that was birthed from the supranational MO, the GA can investigate and decide on whether they recognize the split in this form. The rule around the SMOs was kept intentionally vague to allow for some leeway in these cases. We've sent a short document, slightly longer than this comment, to the EXCO yesterday, and that comment has been undersigned by myself, an honorary life member and past president by Frederick Lahr, an honorary life member and past president James Baker, ne Bost, honorary life member, Hanna van Velzen alumni, IVSA Netherlands, Joseph Lunt, alumni, IVSA UK and Ireland, and Jordan Egan, IVSA UK and Ireland. If this document is wanted to the record, it can be passed through the EXCO or by me in full.
Thank you. That was 2 minutes exactly, so well done. So staying within the time limit. Laura, stay on. Oh, sorry, I need to unmute you. I'm very sorry about that.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. Dorothea Baer, IVSA Germany. We discussed this as well, and we think that supranational MO should be still possible. We understand that it's about the student organizations, but we don't like to strike this out completely. and have to find different way to define. So maybe that local member organization can form a supranational member organization. That would be great.
Thank you for your comment, Dorothea. Laura?
Hi, Laura Turner, IVSA UK and Ireland. I'd just like to raise some concerns in regard to this amendment from a UK and Ireland point of view. So quickly provide some background information. IVSA UK and Ireland are partnered with AVS, which is the UK and Ireland Association of Veterinary Students. They pay the IVSA membership fees for our students, and we have an official agreement with them. So this facilitates much greater involvement in IVSA within the UK and Ireland, as the fees are paid automatically. Should this amendment be approved, AVS would also require approval to change their constitution, which would occur at the AGM in February. There is no guarantee that AVS will continue to pay the fees, which we believe will increase due to this split. As AVS is a UK and Ireland committee, to only pay the fees of the UK members would be discriminatory, but it's completely unfair to expect AVS to pay a higher fee than they are currently paying for IVSA Dublin students when they perceive no benefit from this change. Additionally, due to the contract between AVS and IVSA UK and Ireland, IVSA Ireland is likely to have to run under the same restrictions as IVSA UK and Ireland at present, including the inability to gain sponsors, financial support, or have our own bank account. By remaining as IVSA Dublin, these restrictions are not imposed, but they would be if IVSA Ireland were to become a national MO. The IVSA UK and Ireland president sits on the AVS Exco. AVS is potentially unlikely to be in a situation where they can have an additional member of Exco due to financial and logistical constraints. Therefore, potentially the Ireland president would not have the opportunity to sit on Exco, and this would be unfair and discriminatory. We are also concerned about inconsistency between what we have been assured of in meetings with IVSA Global and what is documented in the paperwork. For example, question 17 in the FAQ on the bylaw amendment states that IVSA UK and Ireland will be either substituted with IVSA UK. Ireland will be able to decide to form an independent MO as IVSA Ireland or fall under IVSA UK. The latter option is completely culturally insensitive due to the long and complicated political history between the UK and Ireland in terms of Irish independence.
All right, you're 2 minutes up. I'm very sorry. If you want to continue your point, you can keep your hand raised and I can give you the floor again later.
Thank you.
All right, any other discussion? Anyone that has not spoken yet first? I think everyone's hand is still up. So I will go in order again. Anya?
Anna Tishkevich, IVSA Exco.
Oh, apologies. Sorry, I did not scroll down and did not see that someone had their hand up that did not speak here. Jordan.
Just reveal that this it isn't. We're not 100% sure because we haven't done any tests. But this case is trying to allude to a foreign body. So do you know what that means? A foreign body blockage?
Jordan. Jordan, can you say the name and country before
talking?
talking?
A foreign body is something that is not edible for the cat. So the cat.
I think Jordan was not having another discussion. Apologies for that. Okay, Myrene.
Hello, Maureen Renier, IVSA Poland. Just a point of information. Could anyone on the panel please clarify what would be involved with the reversal processes? For example, any of the countries or entities within those supranational bodies, will they then have to apply from the beginning as a new MO, or will they be granted automatic membership as a new entity? I would just like a bit more information on that, please.
That sounds as a parliamentary inquiry, so I will pass that on to our parliamentarian. Thank you for your comment. We will get back to that. All right, Soraya. Oh, sorry, I'm done.
Soraya Rodrigues, IVSA Portugal. I would like to move so that we can have the document that was spoken about earlier, the full document.
Which document do you mean exactly, Soraya?
I can't remember which IVSA delegate spoke, but it was the first person that spoke that said they only had 2 minutes, so they had to keep it short.
Yeah. Okay, you're talking about the frequently asked questions document. This document is available in the delegates drive under the General Assembly information and then the bylaw amendments. It's, as far as I know, called FAQ, Structural Change Bylaw Amendments, or something in that regard. That is the document you are currently talking about. I see we have our, okay.
I'm sorry, I don't think it was that. It was the first person that made a commentary. They said there was a bigger document that they had written, which was signed by a few other people, and they said,
that document. Okay.
Exactly. And
yes.
they said would be happy to share with everyone else.
All right. I think like we have to share it if they ask for it. So we will upload that document to the delegates drive. I'm going to ask another member of EXCO if they can get the document that was sent to us last night and upload it to the delegates drive. So the document will be uploaded to the delegates drive. The executive committee is working on that now.
Thank you very much.
All right. Is there any other person that has not spoken yet that would like to speak? Okay, then Anya. Oh, Mehdi, did you have a comment? I'm sorry, you just moved into the frame.
Yes. Medjam Rani, IVSA Morocco. I may be mistaken, but I believe there was a motion on the floor.
So the current motion on the floor is only about the bylaw, the constitutional amendment. There have not been any secondary motions been made, so there's no amendment on the amendment. We are purely talking about the constitutional amendment right now.
Okay, thank you.
All right, any other person that hasn't spoken yet that would like to speak? All right, then we will go in order again. Anya?
Anna Tishkin, IVSA EXCO. For clarification, I would like to mention that we had several meetings with board members of IVSA SAFMA, of IVSA UK and Ireland, also board members of ABS, which is Partner Association of IVSA UK and Ireland. And I would like to clarify a few points made by a delegate here. So first of all, I would like to clarify that this constitutional amendment leaves actually a very flexible local structure. So all the collaboration on the supranational levels will still be allowed. So this supranational amounts could still function as they are functioning right now on the national and supranational level. The only thing that would change for those organizations would be the recognition within IVSA Global, which would mean that in IVSA Global they would have a voice and additional vote for a country, but they could still collaborate as they are. One more point that was made here was about ABS helping financially delegates from IVSA UK and Ireland. We believe that it still could be possible due to one part that is further explained in the following bylaw amendment. However, members of some of IVSA UK and Ireland could still receive the financial support for example, attending IVSA global congresses and symposia. So these are the points of clarification.
All right, thank you, Anya. Then Jan.
IVSA Finland. Since some delegate asked for our document to be distributed, I would like to. I'm not sure if I have to move. I'd like to move for a recess so that we can other delegates can read the document before we continue the discussion on this amendment.
So you move for a recess?
Yeah.
You have to set a time for how long?
Okay, I move for a recess of 20 minutes.
All right. I need a second. All right. And is there any discussion on the motion? Are there any objections to going into recess for 20 minutes? Sibylla, are you objecting? Sibylla, are you objecting to going to recess? I'm sorry, I think I keep muting you. Sibylla, are you objecting to going into recess? Okay, so we have an objection to go into recess. Means we are going to take it to a vote. Voting thing. With your delegates now, we're gonna go fast. So yeah, so we're gonna vote on the recess. If you vote yes, that means we will take a 20-minute recess. If you vote no, it means we will continue discussing right now. I will send out the vote pretty soon, so make sure you discuss it now within your MO. Vote will be up in 2 minutes. All right, motion to go into recess for 20 minutes, 24 votes for, 37 votes against, motion fails. We will keep discussing the current constitutional amendment. Is there any discussion on the constitutional amendment from someone that hasn't spoken yet? Laura.
Le Chevalier, IVSA France. I would just like to point out that most of the people objecting to this bylaw amendment so far have been acting like the bylaw amendment completely dissolutes supranational organizations, and that is not what it is doing. If you read it, it does say any supranational vendors consortiation may apply to represent. All it says is that the representation within IVSA Global will not work as supranational associations anymore, but it is still up to the countries to decide if they want to stay a supranational association when it comes to dealing with partners or to their internal function.
All right, thank you, Laura. Anyone that hasn't spoken yet on this subject that would like to make a comment? All right. Then we will go down the line. Oh, Catherine Ross. Oh, I have to, sorry, I keep forgetting.
Hi, Catherine Ross from IVSA UK and Ireland. I just wanted to reply to Anya's comments. Because of the agreement that we have with AVS, it doesn't allow IVSA UK and Ireland to be flexible with how we work locally. We have to split up, and we have no guarantee that IVSA Dublin and IVSA Ireland will even be a thing, because we also have no guarantee from them that they'll pay IVSA Ireland's fees.
All right, thank you for the comment, Kathy. Yeah, Kathy. Anyone that hasn't spoken yet that would like to say something on the constitutional amendment? Okay, Laura.
Sorry, I just like to, Laura Turner, IVSA UK and Ireland. I'd just like to follow on from the point I was making about the discrepancy between what's written in the official documents and what we have been verbally told by Global. We have been assured by IVSA Global that it was never an expectation for IVSA Ireland to be given the option to fall under IVSA UK, and that IVSA UK and Ireland could continue without significant change. We'd like to ensure that IVSA Ireland falling under IVSA UK is definitely not an option due to the cultural insensitivity of this, and therefore removed from any documents, as it is, of course, the official documents that the GA is voting on and not meetings between us and Global. Finally, it has been stated that IVSA Dublin would receive more support from IVSA Global should IVSA Ireland become a separate national MO. We believe that IVSA Global can provide IVSA Dublin with this support without splitting into IVSA UK and IVSA Ireland, as our European regional representative would still be in the position to make contact with IVSA Dublin reps regardless of whether or not IVSA Ireland forms its own national MO. So ultimately, in order to best protect the interests of IVSA Dublin members, I feel that this change is inappropriate, unnecessary, and in fact, detrimental to IVSA UK and Ireland. Thank you.
Since the first part of your comment was a direct question, I will give Anya the floor to also answer said question first.
Untitled IVSA Expo, I would like to clarify one thing. It probably have been a misunderstanding. It was never an intention of IVSA to suggest IVSA Ireland to fall under IVSA UK. We will definitely remove any kind of sentence that would suggest it from all the official documents. We would like to give more voice to our MOs. That's why we would like to have IVSA Ireland have a separate voice and separate vote within IVSA Global.
Anya, you can only answer the question. So if you want to say something else, you have to go again, else you're out of order. Okay, anyone that hasn't spoken on the current topic yet that would like to say something? Seeing none, Dorothea, you have a second? You were the only spoke once. I think you just muted yourself again. I think you can only, oh, your hand. Okay. Then Catherine, you're speaking for the second time.
Oh, sorry, I don't think I meant that, but Catherine Ross, IVSA UK and Ireland. I think that from what I gather from the Constitution, IVSA Ireland, if they so wished, they could go alone. They don't have to be part of a supranational MO, they choose to be. Therefore, I think if they wanted their own representation, they can ask for it at the discretion of the GA.
Is this a comment or a point of information or a parliamentary inquiry? Because it sounds like it is a parliamentary inquiry.
I mean, I think it's more of a comment, but it can be a parliamentary inquiry if you want to check it.
All right, parliamentary inquiry. Can the GA vote to give IVSA Ireland a separate vote within the supranational MO? Am I wording this correctly, Catherine?
I think, yeah, so can IVSA Ireland choose to be can they choose to be represented separately in a GA at the GA's discretion, which I believe they can because there is no stipulation on how you reverse the process of becoming supranational MO.
And you're asking that the way the current structure is written. Am I correct in that? Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, parliamentary inquiry.
President Abraham, IVSA Austria, no, currently it's not stated in the Constitution that they could.
But am I right that because it's not stated in the Constitution, it's been left intentionally vague that they can, as long as it's at the GA's discretion? There's nothing saying that they cannot separate from the supranation. Like we can, there's nothing saying that it's not allowed to be dissolved.
President Abraham, IVSA Austria, I would not say it that way because it's not stated in the Constitution, so we could actually not vote on it because it would not go against anything, but it would also not go. There is nothing stated there that it would make us assume that was intentional.
So if it's not stated, is that not left to
Take your name before you speak. I'm sorry. This is just for minutes.
I didn't hear what you said.
Oh, sorry. Can you state your main name and country before you start speaking again for a minute?
Yeah. Okay, sorry. Catherine Ross, IVSA UK and Ireland. So if there's nothing stated, is that not open to interpretation? Can we not are we not allowed to interpret that? But if there's not a rule against it, why can't it happen? I don't understand. That's maybe just my misunderstanding.
All right. I think this parliamentary inquiry is going to take a little bit longer because of the vagueness and the interpretation that is suggested in the parliamentary inquiry. So the parliamentarian will check and we will get back to you on that. Is that okay with you?
Yeah, thank you.
All right. Anyone that hasn't spoken yet would like to make a comment on the constitutional amendment currently on the floor. Mehdi.
Mijam Rani, IVSA Morocco, and just I'd like to kind of reply to what was being said just right now. In regards to the parliamentary inquiry, and I don't know if I'm overstepping on the parliamentarians' job or something, but from what I read in this constitution, in like this part of the constitution, it says, in this situation, the countries represented by the supranational organization will be considered a single entity with respect to their votes. And for me, that means that the constitution already says there can be no leeway with giving like additional votes if they are represented by a supranational organization. And I guess we could add that to the parliamentary inquiry. That would make it more complex, I guess, but I just wanted to say that.
Thank you, Maddie, for the comment. Our parliamentarian is ready to make a comment.
Dr. Abraham, IVSA Austria. So, as it's stated currently in the Constitution, any supranational veterinary student organization may apply to represent more than one country. As defined in the Constitution, subject to the approval of the General Assembly, in this situation, the countries represented by the supranational organization will be considered a single entity. So, I do not think that IVSA Ireland would be allowed to ask the GA to vote for them, that they can have separate voting rights. So I would say no.
All right, so that is the answer to the parliamentary inquiry. Is there anyone that hasn't spoken yet that would like to make a discussion on the motion? Mary, you've already spoken. Luren?
Luren from Banda, IVSA Zurich, Switzerland. I have a point of information. I'm wondering, like, are there actually MOs being affected by not being part of this national MO? And because they're not part of it, since in the bylaw it's stated that only one MO can be representing one country. So if there is like a supranational MO, but not including all the MOs of their country, would the others, so are they actually MOs being affected by this, that they can't join IVSA? And is it also like actually that they want to be part of IVSA?
So the chair will give the answer the floor to Anya, as she is the current member organizations director, and she is working with this bylaw amendment, not the bylaw structure that it currently has.
Anna Tiskevich, IVSA EXCO, answering the question, yes, unfortunately there are countries, not MOs yet, that are affected by this constitutional amendment. I'm talking here about Canada. Canada contacted me also recently that they would like to form a member organization in IVSA Global. Unfortunately, with our current constitution, it is not possible because Canada would have to fall under IVSA USA and Grenada. So IVSA USA, Grenada, St. Kitts and Nevis, and Canada would be represented together within IVSA Global and have one vote, two votes. So with the current structure, Canada unfortunately cannot join even if they are willing to.
Thank you, Anya, for clarifying that. Anyone that has not spoken yet? Nabila?
Nabila Raja, IVSA South Africa. Owen, I don't know how to say this, so please just help me. I wonder, like, if it's possible to discuss this, like to table it for tomorrow or Sunday, that people just have a little extra time to go and read up again so that they understand where everybody in the discussion is coming from, because there seems to be a lot of people that are not sure or just don't really understand. So if we could just somehow move the discussion to a later stage, but definitely obviously during this weekend.
Okay, Nabila, it sounds like you want to make a motion to table the current discussion.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, okay, you have to say, I move to table the current discussion.
I move to table the current discussion.
Second? Oh, I already saw a second. Okay. Second? Is there any discussion to tabling the discussion on the constitutional amendment for IVSA structure? I see a lot of hands. Is this on tabling or is this for the amendment in general? Nabila, your hand is still up? Okay.
Lowered, sorry.
No problem. All right, are there any objections to tabling the discussion? Which will mean we will take it off the table at a later point in time in the General Assembly. Seeing no objection, motion passes. The discussion on the constitutional amendment for IVSA structure is tabled. And we will go to the next agenda point. The next agenda point being the bylaw amendment on IVSA structure. This one has been proposed by Anna, so she will get to move this amendment.
Anna Tiszkiewicz, IVSA EXCO. I move to strike out what is visible on the screen and replace it with what is visible at the screen right now.
Thank you. All right, so this bylaw amendment is very long. So if you guys could make sure to open it also on your own computers from the delegates drive so that you can read through it in any way you want. And if you want to talk about a certain part, tell us, and we will move to that part in the PowerPoint presentation. Is there any discussion on the motion? Anna, you have first priority again, you moved it.
Anna Tiszkiewicz, IVSA EXCO. So this final amendment is similar but a little broader than the constitutional amendment that we have discussed. It is mentioning how IVSA structure would look like if we decide to move forward with the constitutional amendment. But also, in addition to this, it's also talking about countries that have several local MOs and don't have national MOs established. So we would like to move forward with changing IVSA structure to a structure based on countries. So each country would have vote and vote in IVSA, but we would not allow having countries with multiple local MOs. However, it's very important to mention in here that we are leaving, again, very flexible local structure. So the local MOs, as they are functioning right now, would function exactly the same. The only thing that would change, they would have to establish a national committee, so have a representative per country that would represent them in IVSA Global. We think that this would definitely help them with internal communication, also during our general assemblies, because as you know, we have one vote per country in the General Assembly and not per local MO. We also think that this would significantly improve engagement of IVSA local MOs within IVSA Global.
All right, thank you for your comments. Then, Jan?
Sorry, which one? Jan, IVSA Finland. As we move to table the amendment for the Constitution, and this contains much of the details of that amendment, I move to table this bylaw amendment to happen after the constitutional amendment has been settled.
Okay, I need a second. Second. Okay, is there any discussion on tabling the bylaw amendment for IVSA structure until a later time? Jan, you want to say more about it?
Yeah, just that if we're unsure about the constitutional change, and much of the constitutional change is also reflected in this bylaw amendment, and the bylaw amendment is significantly large. I mean, there's a lot of text. Maybe it's a good idea to give the GA a little time to look at these both things and make up their own mind, and then have a reasonable informed discussion on the topic.
All right, is there any further discussion on tabling the bylaw amendments? Luren?
Luren from Panther, IVSA Switzerland. I think because we have received this one month ago, there should be actually enough time, so I don't understand why this should be an argument of like moving it, table it. That's it.
All right. Anyone who hasn't spoken yet would like to have a discussion on tabling the bylaw amendments? So I am. Oh.
Sorry, I was having trouble with the mic. Soraya IVSA Portugal. from what I've read, because we have had his for a month. I believe this bylaw amendment follows the constitutional amendment. So if we're postponing that one, I agree that this one should come after the constitutional amendment. Because it seems to me that one follows the other, if that makes sense.
All right, thank you for your comment. Daniel?
Daniel Lund, IVSA Denmark. I move the previous question.
All right, so Daniel just moved to the previous question. That means there will be no further discussion on this amendment, and we on tabling the amendment, and we will go to a vote on tabling. Are there any objections to moving to the previous question? Soraya, is your hand up for objecting to moving to the previous question? So if we move to the previous question, just to explain again, we will immediately vote on tabling. All right, seeing no objections, we move to the previous question. We immediately go to a card raising vote on tabling the, not card raising, sorry, digital vote. We are not actually in person, unfortunately. So we immediately move to a digital vote on tabling the bylaw amendment on IVSA structure. I'm going to set it up. Make sure to discuss it with your voting delegates and the rest of your MO. What do you want to vote? I will give you 2 or 3 minutes. If you need more time, let me know. Do you need more time to discuss tabling the bylaw amendment? I got already a yes. How much time would you guys like to have? Please type it in the chat. We had a parliamentary inquiry a while back. We finally have the answer for it, so I will give the floor to our parliamentarian before we go to the vote.
Christian Abraham, IVSA Austria. So the question before was if that first bylaw amendment, that one we just tabled about the constitutional amendment about the supranational MOs passes, do the current MOs who are in the supranational MO have to reapply to become active members? So as the constitution stands now, they would have to do that. But that's why we have the second bylaw amendment, which we are currently discussing right now, or actually voting to table it, because it has a sentence in it which states countries that are currently part of a supranational MO will become active MOs with the clause that they attend a session of the General Assembly within 2 years after this change goes into effect. So that means if we would pass the bylaw amendment today, they would have to attend a General Assembly within 2 years of as of today.
No.
Sorry.
The chair is just going to intervene there because the bylaw amendment says that it will go into effect on the 1st of September 2021. It will go into effect 2 years after the 1st of September 2021.
I'm so sorry. That was my fault. So that's why it actually, so the question is answered. No, they would have to reapply if the constitution stands as it is now. If we pass the bylaw amendment, which is currently discussed, no, they do not have to reapply.
Thank you, Kirsten, for that comment. Does anyone need more time before we go to a vote? Sorry, I'm messing up my weather.
Kirsten Abraham, IVSA Austria. So I got asked to repeat what I just said, just to clarify. So if the constitution stands as it is now, and the constitutional amendment, which makes about the supranational MO passes, MO have to reapply. But if the bylaw amendment that we are discussing right now passes as well, we do not have to reapply if they take part in the General Assembly 2 years after this goes into effect.
Thank you for repeating that. If anyone needs more time, please say so in the chat now, else we will go to a vote. Right, results of the vote on tabling the current motion on the floor: 31 votes in favor, a 27 vote against. Motion is tabled. We will move on to the next agenda point. Next bylaw amendment concerns membership fees. This was sent in by Katarina. You want to make a comment on? You have to move.
Katalose, IVSA Exco. I move to change to section 10.6.2 active to a member will be considered active if they have done the following within the membership term: paid the membership fee, updated their contact information by sending the current name and email of the exchange officer and local president to the Exco, with the latest being the 31 January of the following year. These conditions are not met, the member shall be considered inactive.
Okay. All right, there's a second. Is there any discussion on the motion? Katarina, would you like to go first? Or that then? You want to explain why this bylaw amendment was made?
Okay, IVSA Exco. I did this bylaw amendment because previously it was not very clearly stated when the membership fee should be paid. It said they should be paid by the 1st of March of the financial year, which would have meant that only 1 month would have been left to collect the membership fees, which is something not feasible.
Thank you for clarifying that, Kati. Daniel?
Daniel Lund, IVSA Denmark. I move to strike out the following, with the latest being the 31st of January of the following year.
I need a second, or we can. Second, okay. So that is not a. In the chat, there was a question if this is a friendly amendment. Friendly amendments purely consider spelling, and since this is striking out an entire sentence, this is not a friendly amendment. So the amendment to the amendment, so the motion that is currently being discussed is just striking out this sentence. Is there any discussion on that? Daniel, would you like to explain?
Daniel on IVSA Denmark. The reason for this change is that the membership term has already previously been defined in the bylaws, and I do not see a reason for restating it later, since members are inactive for 2 years, so they don't need a following year to pay their membership fees to.
All right, thank you for clarifying, Daniel. Is there any further discussion on the amendment to the amendment? So that is to strike out the sentence that is current, that is on screen. So with the latest being the 31st of January of the following year. Kati?
Katalose, IVSA Exco. I do think that it makes sense to limit the time. Otherwise, if I understand correctly, you said they would have 2 years to pay the membership fee, and that's really a lot of time.
Is there anyone that hasn't spoken yet that would like to make a comment on the motion currently on the floor? So the amendment to the amendment. Luren.
Within for Blanda, IVSA Zurich, Switzerland. Point of information, is it like, is the budget still like calculatable for the annual budget if we have like the income spread over 2 years?
The chair does not know the answer to the point of information. So, Patu, you have a hand?
Katalose, IVSA Exco. No, it's not. Like, it's always calculated for 1 year.
Thank you. All right, anyone that hasn't spoken yet that would like to speak, have a comment on the amendment to the amendment currently on the floor, which is striking out with the latest being the 31st of January of the following year. Mehdi. Or not? Sorry, I couldn't unmute you because your hand was already gone.
Madame Ghani, IVSA Morocco. This is question, I would say, a point of information in regards to the part of the amendment that is being discussed right now. And since it has been said that the budget is done just for the year, would it be easier for the treasurer to do the budget if we had limitations for the membership, such as the membership, such as the fact that MOs need to send the current name and email of the exchange officer and the local president before the 31st of January of the following year?
Like a direct question to the current treasurer, so I will give the floor to the current treasurer.
Captain Rosa, could you repeat your?
You always address the chair.
Okay.
Could
Mehdi repeat the question?
also try not to say names, but okay. Could the person that asked the question repeat the question?
Madame Ghani, IVSA Morocco. So my question is, would this amendment, as it was previously being discussed, would it make the treasurer's job easier to keep track of the budget and MOs we have paid or not?
Fatih, Rosa, yes, it would.
Thank you. Are there any other questions, comments about the amendment to the amendment, which is striking out the sentence as seen in the on the screen? Are there any objections to striking out, to amending the amendment, which will mean striking out with the latest being the 31st of January of the following year? Okay, Laura?
Laure Chevalier, IVSA France, I object.
All right, so we are going to a vote, digital vote. Make sure to discuss the amendment to the amendment. So we are only discussing the part that is being stricken out, being stricken out. Sorry, English not my first language. So we are only discussing removing with the latest being the 31st of January of the following year. So if you vote for this motion, that will mean that the sentence will be stricken out. If you vote against this motion, the part with the latest being the 31st of the following year will stay. I will, again, if you need more time, I'm going to make the motion, I'm going to ask. If you need more time, tell me. Does it need more time? Else we're going to go to a vote now. All right, as the results of the poll, we have 26 votes in favor of the motion, 30 against, motion fails. The sentence with the latest being 31st of January of the following year stays. So we go back to the original bylaw amendment, as is written, so the part has to be unstrict. The strike has to be removed. You're making it more strict. All right, so we are back to the original bylaw amendment as is on screen. So we are discussing the whole bylaw amendment again. Any discussion? Jan?
Yeah, Untitled IVSA Finland. To the bylaws that have not been edited into the bylaws that are visible in the wiki, there's another sentence in bylaws point 10.6.2, which states alumni, individual supporting members will be considered active immediately after they have been approved by EXCO and paid their membership fees, and will be considered active for the remainder of their lives. This motion does not have that text, so intentionally or unintentionally, that part would be struck out of the bylaws. Is that intentional?
Yeah, this is a direct question to the person that moved to this bylaw amendment. So I'm going to give Patsy the floor.
It was not my intention to remove this part that you mentioned.
would you like to make a motion to get that part back in if, like, would you like to make a motion to get that part back in if you didn't mean to get it out?
At further as the extra, I move to make a motion to add alumni and individual supportive members will be considered active immediately after they have been approved by EXCO and paid their membership fees, and will be considered active for the remainder of their lives. So.
I need a second.
Second.
All right. We seem to be having some difficulties with the pub. Okay, we are copying the section from the bylaws. So bear with us while we make this change. All right, so we are now talking about adding the red part to the bylaw amendment. Alumni, individual supportive members will be considered, etc., 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 etc. Is there any discussion on adding this sentence to the bylaw amendment? Jan? No, Jan. Dorothea? Sorry, I was before.
No, I can't lower my hand, sorry.
All right.
No, it's...
I'll mute you again. Guys, be quiet. All right. Any other discussion on adding the red part to the bylaw amendment? Any objections? Motion passes. All right. So we are now back to discussing the whole bylaw amendment. Dorothea?
Dorothea Bär, IVSA Germany. I have a question to about what does it mean. I think we were talking about the sentence which was to strike out, with the latest being the 31st of the following year. But this would mean, like, if I have to pay my fee for 2020, the latest would be to pay it on the 31st of 2022, isn't it? Because the term goes for 2020 goes until the 31st of 21. Is that correct? So you have like an additional year and not only additional 9 more months.
All right, it sounds like a parliamentary inquiry. Parliamentarian?
First name, I'm IVSA Austria. So it depends on how you read it, but I would agree with Dorothea because the membership term is from 1st of February until the 31st of January. And if you say of the following year, 31st of January 2021, the following year would be 31st of 22.
So yeah, that was the answer to your question from the parliamentarian, Dorothea.
Thanks. Can I make a motion right now, or do I have to raise my hand again?
First, I'm going to ask if there any other person in the that didn't talk yet that wants to talk. No, okay, you can make a motion.
So I just have the question. I would like to ask to strike the sentence out again, the part of the sentence.
You can't
Is that
do
possible?
that because we already voted on that. So
Okay.
it would have to be worded differently. If you
So
have to think
yeah,
about it, please say so.
I need to think about it just 2 minutes. Thank you.
Okay, I would entertain a motion to go to the standard use for 2 minutes. Loren?
Loren from IVSA Zurich, Switzerland, I so move.
Second.
Any discussion on standing at ease for 2 minutes? Any objections? Hearing none, motion passes. We are at ease for 2 minutes to think about the word. Calling the GA back to order 6:59 GMT +3. Dorothea, would you like to speak?
Yes. Dorothea Bär, IVSA Germany. I would like to. I move to amend or to strike out the sentence or the words after 31st. I would like to strike out of the following year. That's okay.
Okay. I need a second.
Second.
All right, so the motion on the floor is now an amendment to the amendment. So we are only talking about striking out of the following year. Is there any discussion on the motion on the floor? Are there any objections to striking out of the following year from the bylaw amendment? Seeing none, motion passes. We are now back to discussing the full bylaw amendment as is now written on screen. Is there any discussion on the bylaw amendment on membership fees? Oh, sorry, I see two. Dorothy has your hand still raised. You have the last. I'm sorry. Let me rephrase. Daniel.
Daniel Lund, IVSA Denmark. Friendly amendment. It should say 31st of January, since that is how we write dates in the bylaws, instead of 31.01.
Okay, friendly amendment. Jan, do you still have a hand? All right. Dora, do you still have a hand?
Nu her kan vi teknisk set godt fjerne.
Jan? I got a point of information. Can she explain, please? You're gonna have to be more specific as to what. I'm gonna give the floor first to Jan.
Yeah, I have a point of information inquiry as well. The first bullet point would then have a deadline of the membership term, and the second bullet point would only have the deadline of the 31st of January, or would this deadline of the 31st of January also apply to paying the membership fee? Is that like a long sentence, or does the 31st of January only apply to bullet point number 2?
So the question is, does the 31st of January apply to both bullet points? Parliamentarian says yes. Daniel?
Daniel Lund, IVSA Denmark. Technically, yes, because the membership fee is within the membership term, and the 31st of January is also the membership term. So it's just stated twice because we can remove it, but it's fine. So yeah, as parliamentarian said, it is the same.
Does that answer your question, or do you still have a hand? Okay, hand is done. All right, any further discussion on the current bylaw amendment on the floor? Javi.
Hey, Javier, IVSA Mexico. I don't know, in that part where it says local president, shouldn't it be national president according to the other bylaw amendment? For the only one national MO representing a country?
That is a point of information, and no, since the other bylaw amendments have not passed, we are currently discussing this as it is in the current bylaws. So the other bylaw amendments, as per current bylaws, okay, this is not a good explanation. Let me rephrase.
Okay.
So we are currently talking about amending the current bylaws. The other bylaw amendments that have not passed yet, you do not take those into account when talking about this bylaw amendment. That is the answer to your question. So, in short, no. Is there any further discussion on the bylaw amendment currently being discussed? Membership fees. Are there any objections to approving this bylaw amendment on membership fees? Seeing none, motion passes. Next bylaw amendment, working group on alumni. The person that sent this in is not in the meeting, to my knowledge. So the chair would entertain a motion to add in the following section. 8.8, working group on alumni. The chairman of the working group on alumni shall be elected by the General Assembly. Any IVSA alumni member may be nominated for the position of chairman of the working group on alumni. Mehdi?
Mehdi Amrani, IVSA Morocco, and I so move.
Second. All right, so we are currently discussing the bylaw amendment about the working group on alumni. Is there any discussion on the bylaw amendment about the working group on alumni?
Mail from IVSA Expo, I would like to, I move to strike out Matt in the word chair.
Okay, that's a friendly amendment. We use the word chair and not the word chairman in the bylaws. All right, Catherine.
Catherine Ross, IVSA UK and Ireland. I don't know if I'm going to do this right, but I want to make an amendment to the amendment to strike out alumni. So like any IVSA member, not any IVSA alumni member.
Are you making a motion?
Yes.
You have to word it precisely. What would you like to strike out and what would you replace it with?
I would like to strike out alumni just from, so where I would like it, the second sentence to say any IVSA member may be nominated for the position of chair of the working group on alumni.
There a second.
Second.
All right, so we are currently talking about the amendment to the amendment, which is striking out the word alumni. Is there any discussion on removing the word alumni from the bylaw amendment? Vincenzo.
Vincenzo Gaeta, IVSA alumni. Well, I should suggest to add, not removing alumni, but add an IVSA member within its last year of graduation or alumni.
So you're out of order. We are not currently talking about that. We are currently discussing removing the alumni member. So you can't move to do that. You can
I'm
suggesting. Okay, there's no motion on the floor. All right. Luren?
Point of information, could like the motion, Luren from Panther, hi, this is Dirk Sitzmann. Point of information, could like the just proposed motion be withdrawn and be redo with the suggestion just made by an IVSA only?
So there's a point of information. If the motion can be withdrawn and replaced with the motion that was currently suggested. Technically, yes, the way that would have to work is the person that made the motion would have to withdraw said motion and the other person would have to make a new motion. But the person that made the motion is the only person that is allowed to retract that motion. Soraya?
IVSA, Soraya, IVSA Portugal. Point of information. So the intention of removing the word alumni is to make it that any IVSA member can be nominated for the position of chair in this working group.
That's a point of information, I guess?
Yes.
Yes, that is what it would imply. All right, anyone that hasn't spoken yet that would like to say something on this bylaw amendment? No? Okay, Vincenzo?
Vincenzo Gaeta, IVSA alumni. So, about this bylaw amendment and about an hypothetical chair of the working group on alumni, the previous suggestion I made, it's because somebody in the chair of the working group on alumni should be close to graduation or graduated to be functional or an alumni committee.
All right, thank you, Vincenzo. Catherine Ross?
Catherine Ross, IVSA UK and Ireland. I think that we all agree with that, but we thought that people would like those apply like running to be chair of working group of alumni could probably assess that themselves, like whether they thought they were suitable for the role or not.
Thank you, Patsy. Jan?
Jan Mattila, IVSA Finland. Just as with other comments or stipulations of the bylaws, making it specific makes it harder to adjust to different situations. So by striking out this word alumni, you have the opportunity of having a an interested person chairing the working group who is motivated to do the actual work and is not just an old guy or girl. So there's other places in the Constitution and bylaws where we try to make it flexible so that it could change adapt to changing situations. So this is a good removal in my opinion.
Okay, comments? Anyone who hasn't spoken yet? Brandon
Nettles, IVSA alumni. I think it's important to remember that the point of this amendment and keeping it being someone who's an alumni is being an alumni, having graduated, being in the workforce, you actually have a different perspective that a student's not going to have. And building up an alumni group, which is something that IVSA is still working on, it's going to be a difficult task by someone who has no experience in the workforce, who doesn't know what it's like still in school. So it's important that the person who chairs this committee actually knows what it's like and has that perspective.
Thank you, Brandon. Is there any further discussion on the amendment to the amendment? So we're still just talking about striking out the word alumni. Are there any objections to striking out the word alumni? Laura, you haven't spoken yet.
No, Chevalier, IVSA France, I object.
All right, so we are going to a vote. And okay, I'm gonna set it up then. I'm gonna ask if you need more time. You know the deal by now. We have done this quite a bit of time. And if I can say something, you're all doing great. Everyone is voting on every motion. So I'm very proud of you. They're all clapping for you, just so you know. If you guys need more time, then say so in the chat now, else we will go to a vote. I'm gonna give you 10 more seconds to say if you need more time. Bella, you had a really short hand. I don't know if that was I need more time. More time. Okay. How much time you need? 3 minutes. Okay. All right, one more minute, and then I will open the vote, unless someone else needs more time. All right, if anyone needs any more time, you have 10 seconds to type something in the chat. Else I'm gonna open the vote in 10 seconds. All right, we're gonna give you 2 more minutes. You again have 10 seconds to say if you need more time. The 2 minutes have passed. I'm gonna open it. All right, I'm gonna open the vote. All right, so we have on the motion to strike out the word alumni from the bylaw amendment, 18 votes in favor and 42 votes against. So motion fails. The word alumni stays in the bylaw amendment. So now we are back to discussing the original bylaw amendment, like the whole bylaw amendment. Is there any discussion on the motion, the bylaw amendment as currently stated? Vincenzo.
Just like I will say alumni, I move to replace the word any IVSA alumni member may be nominated and the rest with any IVSA member in their last year of study or an IVSA alumni member may be nominated for the position of the chair.
All right. Is there a second?
Second.
Give us a second while we type it out. All right, so you can see we're currently talking about replacing the striking through part with the red part. Is there any discussion on the motion, Mehdi?
Giovanni, IVSA Morocco, have a friendly amendment. I believe it should say any IVSA member in their last year of studies instead of study.
Brandon Nettles, IVSA alumni. I think it could be either way. The way I would say it is study in their last year of study, but that's from American English. So.
Since the official language of IVSA is British English, can we get one of the Brits to weigh in? Study or studies? Laura? Oh, yeah, sorry.
Person IVSA UK and Ireland, I believe that it should be study.
All right, thank you for clarifying that, Laura. Soraya? Soraya, you may speak.
Soraya IVSA Portugal. I'm not sure what this intervention counts as, but I would like to ask if the person who made the motion would like to include in their amendment to the amendment PhD students, because they might not be alumni yet, but they are not studying anymore, like in the regular course. Am I making sense?
Sorry, you were breaking up a little bit. Were you talking about including PhD students?
Yes.
Okay, so the chair can answer that. IVSA considered someone graduated if they have a diploma that allows them to practice veterinary medicine. So PhD students would also be considered alumni members.
Okay. Thank you.
Daniel.
Daniel Lund, IVSA Denmark. I would like to point out that effectively over the last many years, almost every chair of the working group on alumni has been in their last years of studying or graduating within a year, half a year. That is what has effectively happened because the GA obviously decides who is most qualified for the position. And I still believe it's to take away not the right, but the brilliance of the GA to basically enforce who they should vote for or who they will have the option of voting for. just voicing an opinion.
Dorothea?
Yes, Dorothea, IVSA Germany. I just think to say who is allowed to be in the position of chair is difficult if we don't have any member who wants to be in this position and is in the last year or is an alumni. So if we point this out in the bylaws, it could be like that in 1 year there is no chair at the working group of alumni because no one wants to have it. But even there is maybe members who are not in the last year but would try to work on this group.
Dorothea, sorry, I'm gonna call you out of order because we are now discussing replacing alumni member with alumni member or any IVSA member in their last year of study. We are not discussing any IVSA member anymore.
Sorry.
Any other, Luren?
Planta IVSA Lorraine from Planta IVSA Switzerland. I support this amendment of the amendment because I think having seen that EXCO in the previous years had faced like chair stepping down or being no more chair anymore, and trying to and perhaps over, I think it's important to have like qualified people for this position.
Can we make object move the previous question?
And someone should please mute.
Daniel, you were still unmuted. I'm sorry, I muted you again. Sir, anyone that hasn't spoken on this amendment yet that would like to speak? Okay, Meryl has a hand.
Meryl Knoops, IVSA EXCO. I move to amend the amendment.
To the amendment?
To the amendment to strike out in their last year of study and replace that with within 2 years maximum of graduation. Please.
You can rephrase yourself.
All right, good. So still, EXCO, I move to amend the amendment, striking out in their last year of study, replacing it with comma, who will graduate within a maximum of 2 years.
All right, I need a second.
Second.
We're typing it, as you can see. You have to make that a different color as well. All right, so now we're talking about the purple part. So the amendment to the amendment to the amendment. Lisa.
Lisa Buur, IVSA Netherlands, point of information. Why would it matter when this person graduates if we consider anyone to be valid candidate for chair? Do we want to clarify a certain time? What is the benefit of that?
It sounds like a question to the person that made the amendments from 1 to 2 years. So I'm going to give the floor to the person that moved, Meryl.
Meryl Knoops, IVSA EXCO. So as mentioned before, we think it's very important that the chair of the WGA is actually someone who is close to being an alumni or is an alumni himself or herself. But we also want to recognize the fact that people who are in their final year of study are usually in clinics and rotations and after writing thesis are super busy. So that can result in a lack of prioritizing or being able to prioritize IVSA responsibilities, and therefore we would like to extend it to a maximum of 2 years within graduation. But it would still allow the person to be more than enough aware of the needs of an alumni.
All right, thank you, Meryl. Soraya, is your hand still up? Is your hand up? No. Dorothea, is your hand up? Nina.
Nina Vasic, IVSA Serbia. I just have a friendly amendment because I believe nobody can guarantee when is he or she are going to graduate. So maybe we should just write a member, IVSA member who is in his two final years of studies or something like that.
If you make a friendly amendment, then you will have to make exact wording for it.
Okay, then it should be an IVSA member who is in last 2 year of his studies. Study actually British and English.
All right, so there's a friendly amendment being made to replace who will graduate within a maximum of 2 years to in their last 2 years of study. So we are just gonna put it in. I received a question in the chat, but I have a hand first. While we replace that, I'm gonna give the floor to Nabila.
Nabila Raja, IVSA South Africa. If possible, I object to the purple text.
So you can object when we go to a vote.
Okay, cool. Noted. Thanks, Alwyn.
All right. Then we received a question in the chat to the mover from Paul Damalia Paul. I'm very sorry about my pronunciation. I would say Nigeria. Why should undergraduate students be considered to have the alumni group? Isn't why they are alumni in the first place. So I guess I'm gonna call this out of order. You can ask the question again when we are talking about the red part again. We are now just changing from 1 to 2 years. So please ask the question again when we are talking about the red part. All right, are there any further comments on replacing the purple part? Liren.
I would like to make a friendly amendment. I would like to add like 2 in brackets after the word 2.
All right, add it, but I would like to remind to the GA that we passed the bylaw amendment in Morocco that the Secretary General can make any necessary grammatical and renumbering changes to the bylaws. So something like this with a little 2 that will be added by the Secretary General. So friendly amendments like this are not necessary to keep the GA, just to keep the GA moving a bit more.
Thank you.
Nina, do you still have a hand?
Oops, no, sorry.
Okay. Nabila, do you still have a hand? Nope. Lisa.
Lisa Bura, IVSA Netherlands, on the previous question.
Any objections to moving to the previous question? So that means we will vote on this. Seeing none, okay, we're gonna go back to the voting platform. So Nabila, you don't have to object anymore because we're gonna do a digital vote already because someone moved to the previous question. So we are going to vote on only the purple part. So if you vote yes, the bylaw amendment will stay in their last 2 years. If you vote no, it will stay in their last year. If you need more time, put it in the chat. I'm going to make the poll. If you need more time, you have 10 seconds to put it in the chat again, just as normal. All right, we are going to go to a vote. So voting delegates, attention to the voting meeting. All right, so we have the results of the vote. We have 34 votes in favor and 30 votes against, so motion passes. The purple part will stay, so we will replace one last year with last 2 years. We are now back to discussing the red part of the motion. And please make the purple part red. Thank you. So now we are discussing again replacing any alumni member to any alumni member or any IVSA member in their last 2 years of study. Daniel.
Daniel Lund, IVSA Denmark. I move the previous question.
Second.
Second.
All right, are there any objections to moving to the previous question? All right, so we are now going to vote on the red part. Get your voting things ready again. If you need more time, again, you have like 30 seconds to put it in the chat. Oh, you need to open it. You have 10 seconds to say that you need more time, else we're going to go to a vote. All right, results of the vote. We have 48 votes against and 48 votes for the amendment to the amendment, 14 votes against. Motion passes. So now we are back to discussing the full bylaw amendment with the current wording. Daniel.
Oh. Sorry, I forgot to lower my hand.
Okay. Is there any discussion on the bylaw amendment as written right now? Are there any objections to approving the bylaw amendment as written? Seeing none, motion passes. Next point on the agenda is the alumni fund. Bylaw amendment. The person that proposed this bylaw amendment is also not here, so the chair would entertain a motion to add in the following in section under 13, finances, as seen on screen. Meryl.
Second.
All right, the motion is on the floor, so we can now talk about this entire bylaw amendment. Is there any discussion on the bylaw amendment? And Daniel, can you mute yourself? Is there any discussion on the bylaw amendment on the floor? Nabila?
Nabila Raja, IVSA South Africa. I think this is point of information. Okay, I don't know. But I just wanted to ask, when you mean treasurer, you mean the treasurer of this alumni group, if there is one, or you mean the treasurer of EXCO? I'm sorry, I don't understand.
The way the bylaw amendment is currently written, I would interpret that as the treasurer of IVSA EXCO, as that is the person that manages all the bank accounts.
Okay, thank you.
Daniel?
Daniel Lund, IVSA Denmark. Has this bylaw amendment and the changes to the different funds of IVSA been discussed with the current treasurer of IVSA?
This is a direct question to the current treasurer of IVSA. Has this bylaw amendment been discussed with you?
Yes,
Yeah. All right, if you couldn't hear that, the Katarina said, yes, it has been discussed. Is there any other discussion on the motion? Nabila, do you still want to say anything?
Forgot to show my hand.
Oh, sorry. Daniel?
Daniel and IVSA Denmark, what is the opinion of EXCO regarding this bylaw amendment?
Right, this is a direct question to the executive committee. So Meryl, the vice president, will voice the opinion of EXCO.
Mayor Groups, IVSA Expo. This bylaw amendment was added because there was no information on the alumni fund in the bylaws, and we do think it is a necessary addition. So the IVSA executive committee is in favor.
All right, is there any further discussion on this point? Anyone who hasn't spoken yet? Anyone who has spoken yet? Daniel.
Daniel Lund, IVSA Denmark. So am I to understand we are creating a new fund in addition to the central fund, which manages the year-to-year activities of IVSA, the development fund, which has all of the charity work that IVSA does, the reserve fund, which is, as the name states, a reserve, and the scholarship fund, which is no longer used. So you're going to add a fifth fund, a fifth virtual bank account to keep track of for the treasurer. Is that what I'm to understand with this bylaw amendment?
I think that is a point of information, as the chair, the answer is yes. Any further discussion on the bylaw amendment? Any objections to the bylaw amendment as it's currently written? No.
Daniel Lund, IVSA Denmark, I object.
All right, so we are going to a vote. I will give you a minute to discuss it within your MO, and then I will ask you if you need more time. You know the deal now. So we are voting on the bylaw amendment now. So yes is approving the bylaw amendment, and no is rejecting the bylaw amendment. Do you guys need more time? If so, please say so within about 30 seconds. If you need more time, if so, please say so within 10 seconds. If you need time, please tell us so within 10 seconds. Right, so results of the vote, we have 49 votes in favor, 5 against, so motion passes, the bylaw amendment passes. Okay, now, please pay attention. You have a slide for this, right? Yeah, so these bylaw amendments were submitted past the deadline, which means we need a unanimous vote to even discuss the bylaw amendments. So we are gonna do a vote now with the election system because it has to be by written ballot on discussing the bylaw amendment. We are not voting on the bylaw amendments itself. It's simply to be able to talk about them. So if you vote in favor, you say we're going to talk about it, and we need to be able to talk about it. Everyone needs to be in favor. If there's one vote against, that means we cannot talk about these two bylaw amendments. For the delegate, we're going to go to the voting delegates meeting now, and I will explain a bit more on how the election will work. Yeah, guys, if there's any voting delegates that are not in the voting group right now, they have 1 minute to join. Then we will lock the group and send the emails only to the people that are in the group. So the official voting delegates that are currently not in that meeting, you have 1 minute to join, and then we're locking it. We're locking it in 10 seconds. We are counting the votes for the discussing of the bylaw amendment, and we will be back soon. So, okay, everyone, I have the results of the elections, not elections, sorry, of the voting on discussing these bylaw amendments. We have received 53 votes in favor of discussing the bylaw amendment and 2 votes against, which means it was not a unanimous vote, and unfortunately, we cannot discuss the bylaw amendments at this time. They can be sent in again for the next General Assembly, which will be the General Assembly at the 69th IVSA Symposium in Indonesia. I would like to ask Emily Freeman to speak on behalf of EXCO on this topic.
Hi everyone, Emily Freeman, IVSA Exco. I'm so sorry, I was in the wrong meeting. As Owen has said, unfortunately we're not able to discuss these bylaw amendments fully at this time. However, we as the IVSA Executive Committee of 2019-2020 believe that the topics of inclusivity, equity, and diversity are fundamental and paramount. So therefore, one of the capabilities we have as the executive committee is to form a task force in order to address these issues and work towards striving towards systemic change and creating projects and statements that will hopefully address these issues. So what I have done is I've created a form for anyone who might be interested in being involved in this task force, as obviously we'd like to have a very diverse set of backgrounds, perspectives, and views in order to fully address these topics. So what I'll be doing is posting this form within the Facebook group, as well as it will be emailed out to the delegates list. And if you're interested, please go ahead and fill out this form. And we'd really love to hear from you on it. And I think as well, in addition to this, we also have generated a survey that we'd like our IVSA members to fill out, discussing their experiences within racism, within their veterinary schools and within different regions. So we are going to work on that within the task force and then release it to you all as soon as it becomes available. So I just wanted to share this information with everyone so they have it. And if you have any questions on this, please don't hesitate to contact me at the committee coordinator email for the moment, or again, with that email and through that task force form. So thanks you guys so much for listening. I'll hand it back over to Elwin.
I would like to entertain a motion to go into recess until the next session of the General Assembly, which will take place on the 9th of August from 10 a.m. GMT. Lisa?
Lisa Buren, IVSA Netherlands, I so move.
Second. Are there any, is there any discussion on going into recess until Sunday? Are there any objections to going into recess until Sunday? Seeing no objections, we're in recess until Sunday. Please be on time for the GA on Sunday and join all the nice events tomorrow. So tomorrow we will have the alumni webinar, which will be open for everyone to join. We will have the committee workshops. Sign-ups for that closed today, and you will receive an invitation to join the meetings for those. If you've signed up for that, then after that we will have nominee hour. Nominee hour will work in a way that we have 3 parallel streams. So we will have one with the nominees for the executive committee. We will have one with the nominees for Secretariat and Trust, and we will have one with the nominees for regional representative, committee chair, and the 2 nominees for hosting this 70th IVSA symposium. The meetings will be recorded and made available afterwards. But if you can, try to have delegates from your country attend each meeting and think of questions that you want to ask them beforehand. Every delegate will be able to ask a nominee questions in the nominee hour, so make sure you are there. Thank you and see you tomorrow.